just playing some of the music as I wait for the stream to start up. And yeah, pretty good soundtrack. It's pretty nice, they got a whole music collection section in the game. But anyway, let us continue. In the next case, Episode 4, Turnabout Forsaken. I hereby call this meeting to order. The committee is gathered here in the sight of the goddess to pass fair and just judgment. The purpose of this hearing is to assess the professional competency for Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Didn't have the chance to read the whole thing. Are you? Why are you wearing that raincoat? No! April 5th, 1:23 p.m., High Prosecutor's Office, Room 1202. Will you please stop pacing, Detective? You're kicking up dust. But I swept the floor through 3 times already. Then sweep it a 4th. They're gonna take your badge with us, Mr. Edgeworth. How can you stand there cool as a cucumber? We don't know for certain that they will. Well, it sure seems like they need to. Josh Javel has pretty much spilled it out. How do I turn on notifications again? The bell button? Oh yeah, Twitch has that notification button. I thought it was just automatic the moment you follow someone. Truly you are proving to be quite a threat to the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. As such, you give me little choice but to report back on your continued transgressions. No doubt you will be called to appear before the committee in due course. She said that I would be called to appear before the committee. Nothing more. Well, I don't care. I won't stand for it. What if we never get to work together again? I'd have thought you would welcome the prospect, Detective. After all, it would mean you could work with someone less problematic. Don't say that, sir. I've never heard anyone except that stupid committee say you're problematic. You're not just looking for an excuse, are you? To become a defense attorney, I mean? Because I won't let you. You're prosecuting Miles Edgeworth. Prosecutor, you hear? To become a defense attorney, huh? The circumstances of my father's death set me on the path of becoming a prosecutor. But I'd only been interested in the law to begin with thanks to my father as well, and his work as a defense attorney. Are you gonna keep fighting crime as a prosecutor? Or are you gonna help people as an attorney? Something tells me you got a big decision ahead of you. Only you can answer. Are you listening, Mr. Edgeworth? I said I won't let you do this. Really, Detective? There's no need to be so dramatic. Who knows? The next prosecutor you work with might be a little more lenient with your salary assessments. Really? So, no more instant noodles? I mean, no! What do you say, sir? I don't care about any of that stuff. But you thought about it, didn't you? If only for a moment. We're busy in here. Come back later. Hey there, is the prosecutor in? Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth? Look, pal, we're busy. What part of we're busy you don't yet? Wait outside until we'll be with you in a bit. And I'll be with you in a bit. Oh, that's not good. Your face is red as a tomato. Red face, gritted teeth. Let's see. I said we're busy. Wait, that's it. Stomach cramps, right? No need to worry.
It's nothing an injection can't cure. Now roll up your sleeves for me. It won't hurt much.
Yeah, no thanks, pal. I'm healthy as can be.
And who might you be?
Oh, sorry. I totally forgot to introduce myself, huh? The name's Needler. Florence Needler.
Florence Needler. Okay.
Needler.
I'm a nurse at Hertz Hospital.
Well, nobody here is hurt, so... Are you sure you have the right room?
Yeah, you're Prosecutor Edgeworth, right? Wow, those are some really deep furrows in your brow. Are you feeling alright? Suffering from a severe headache? I could give you an injection that will...
I'll be fine, thank you. Could you please tell us what you're doing here?
Oh, huh? Oh, sure. It's like this. I brought somebody to see you. Wait right there. I'll go grab you. I'll go grab her.
Wait!
Too late. I wonder who she brought along. If she's here from the hospital, maybe it's a patient? Someone you can cut down to size with your trademark rapier wit? With rapier wit?
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
See? That's right there, sir. When you glare at me like that, I lose the will to live. You don't want to send me to the hospital, do you?
Surely he's exaggerating. After all, that's the look I always give him, and nothing's happened so far.
Sorry to keep you fellas waiting. Well, thoughts?
Oh, is that Kay? Pretty nasty fall, but she looks, well, less bandaged than I anticipated her to wear.
Thoughts on what?
You don't recognize me?
There's something about her. Something familiar.
This had your name on it. So I thought, just maybe?
So you really did put someone in the hospital?
Don't be ridiculous, detective!
But look, sir, your name's right there on the card. Public Prosecutor Mouse Edgeworth, plain as day.
Be that as it may.
I'm so sorry, what she's trying to say is she has amnesia.
Amnesia?
Yes, at least that's what they tell me. Her parents must be so worried about her. I bet they've only been getting around 8 hours of sleep each night. You gotta feel for them.
Do I though? Because that's quite a lot of sleep if you ask me.
Whoa, tough break, but don't you worry, alright? Since you had his card, that means you really must know Mr. Edgeworth somehow. So just sit back and we'll take it from here. Right, sir?
At the very least, we might be able to help you figure out your identity.
Really? Will you?
It's going to come down to what you remember, but yes.
Now that's the Mr. Edgeworth I know. Don't worry, miss. Your good is healed.
Let's not get carried away here, detective. I'm a prosecutor. Remember, not a miracle worker. Who the demon hell are you? Where do we even start?
So do you remember your name, miss?
I'm sorry. She's been like this since she came in yesterday.
So she's only been in the hospital for a day.
No way, that's amazing. How did you figure it out so fast?
How could one person be so emotionally draining?
We found her wandering around late last night and brought her in. I wanted to help her out. So I went through her stuff to see what I could find.
And did you find anything apart from my business card?
Nothing with her name on it, or her name or home address. Oh, wait a second. She was wearing this. It's a pretty unique design, right?
What? The pin!
What the heck? The Yatagarasu pin. Does that mean? But it can't be.
Kay, is it really you?
Kay?
It's you, isn't it, Kay?
I'm Kay?
Come on, Kay. You really don't remember? Look, it's me, Gummy. That's what you always call me.
Gummy? But you're an adult. That's so rude. I don't really call you that, do I? I'm so sorry. I can't believe I feel so guilty now.
What the heck happened to you? I've never seen you so polite. Being polite and sensitive is just not... Where's the gay I know? You're nothing like her.
Careful, detective. We wouldn't want her to get the wrong impression. You make it sound as if Kay isn't normally a polite or a sensitive soul. Not that he's wrong exactly, but...
So what kind of person was I before?
Well, first of all, your full name is Kay Faraday. You're bright and fun and full of energy and... Oh yeah, you're a great thief.
A great thief?
There's a little more to it than that, but yes. Thieves generally steal other people's valuables from their dressers or vaults, and...
Steal? But that must be awful for the people I took things from. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know I was a criminal. Maybe I lost my memory as some sort of punishment.
No, that's not what I meant at all.
I don't think that did her much good, sir.
But it sure explains one thing. Look at these gloves. They're just like the kind of a person like that would wear.
Hey, that outfit!
This? It's what she was wearing when they found her. But when we had to get her to change out of it and put on hospital clothes, so... But we had to get her to change out of it and put on hospital clothes, so that's why I have them.
So there's something on this part here. There's something to do with how Kay lost her memory.
I'll send the outfit over to forensics later and see what they can figure out.
Please do, detective.
Boy, they really have some thievy clothes, huh? I'm a criminal.
You may be a great thief, but you've never committed a crime in your life. Rest assured, you are no criminal.
If you say so.
Perhaps you better leave it there for now.
Oops, I pushed the wrong button.
I'm sorry. I wish I could remember who you are. How do we know each other exactly?
Well, that is... How do I put it into words?
You're Prosecutor Esrud's assistant.
I am? So a prosecutor is the head of some sort of great thief network, then?
Yeah, no, not quite.
We last saw Kay 2 days ago. Perhaps you should try to figure out what she's been doing since then. Was the pin the only item on her person when you received her, Nurse Needler?
There are a few other things, but I doubt any of it will be of much use to you.
I'll be the judge of that. Could you please show them to us?
Well, alright then. In no particular order, I present.
A jamming ninja mask. Was she at a show or something?
A letter. And it's addressed to Kay. Next, a ticket stub. And finally...
A fake flower. The kind people use to spruce up their bathrooms with, too.
It's a corsage, detective. And they're usually worn by women.
And that's that. So, anything useful in there?
Kinda hard to tell. Frankly, I'm not really seeing a connection between any of them.
I should take a closer look at each piece later when I have the chance.
This is bad. How do we get Kay's memories back? We can't just let her stay like this forever.
Calm down, detective. I have an idea.
You do? I knew you'd come to the rescue, sir. So, what is it?
Look closely at the ticket stub.
Oh, it's for the viewing platform at the top of the big building.
The big building? You know the place?
Everybody knows it, silly. It's the hottest date spot in town. They say if a couple holds hands when they are up there, they'll stay together forever. Hehe.
This is yesterday's date, and the ticket is only valid on the date specified.
Plus it's a stub, meaning that she used it, right?
I think it's a distinct possibility. Well, shall we go see what we can find?
No, just like that.
The only way to find out how Kay lost her memory is to retrace her steps.
But what about using it with the committee?
It's not for a little while yet. We have time.
Great, so can I leave Kay with you?
That would be for the best, but if you don't mind, do you, Kay?
Oh, of course not. Thank you. Alrighty then, back to work I go. If you need anything, feel free to give me a holler at Hertz Hospital, okay? I can come running with a syringe or three, wherever you might happen to be.
Yes, thank you. I doubt we'll be needing that particular service. Now then, Detective, shall we get going? You too, Kay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, of course.
April 5th. Big building. Plaza.
So according to this pamphlet, the big building is 50 stories high. It's all offices inside, so the viewing platform up top is the only part that's open to the public. Here, this one's for you, sir. They were handing them out for free in the ticket area.
How very kind of you, Detective. Alright, I think it is time we headed inside.
Look out! The big building! It's about to fall!
What?
We gotta do something!
No, please! I'm begging you! Stop! Ah, it's no good. Without fresh milk, my thoughts aren't just getting through to him.
What's happening here? What's going on with the building? Just take time, calm and talk to me, kid.
Cut! I'm so sorry. We're shooting a movie, so could you,
Ah, yes. I thought as much. Forgive our intrusion. We'll get out of your way, Detective.
Oh, sorry. Really had me there for a second.
Yeah, whatevs. Hey, directed guy, can we take 5? Can't work under these conditions. I'm so sorry. Sorry. Oh gosh. They stopped the building from falling down? That's good.
I wish we had time to explain, but maybe later. Come along, you two. Let's make ourselves scarce. April 5th, 2:18 p.m. Big building. Viewing platform.
Whoa, get a look at that view. Feel the sun on your face.
The wind is very strong up here.
That's okay. You just stand by me or Mr. Edgeworth here. We're both more than big enough to keep the breeze away.
Huh, speak for yourself. Well, Kay, does this place bring back any memories?
I'm not sure. Have I really been here before?
Perhaps simply encouraging her to talk will help. Kay, please, any thoughts or feelings that come to mind might be a clue we can use.
Alright, I don't know if this will be of any help at all, but...
Okay.
What I remember.
So let's take a look, see here.
This is the pin Kay always wears. It's shaped like the mark of the Autogrosso and is very eye-catching indeed. I can't imagine any thief other than Kay would want to wear it.
It's a pen, okay. And it's just a mask. And you got a letter. Dear Kay, don't worry, I'll make sure you get your precious thing back. Rosie. Don't know who that is. Big building, viewing platform. And this was yesterday. Okay. And then there's the flower. Okay, building platform. And this is the map. Okay.
I still can't be sure if I've even been here before. It's so high up, and the wind is so strong. It's terrifying. I don't remember. I just don't remember anything. It's no good. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
No dice, huh?
I'm sorry. I feel so useless. I know I'm supposed to have all these memories, but I just can't remember.
You have amnesia, Kay. Don't be so hard on yourself.
Listen, sir, maybe just this once, try not to be so intimidating, okay? Or at the very least, don't use your trademark glare on her.
Nobody asked for your opinion, Detective. Well, this ticket stub says otherwise.
But I don't remember. I don't remember coming here at all. I can't even imagine wanting to come here.
Hold it!
Caves love places like this, though.
But am I really hurt? I feel dizzy just taking a look around. I don't even think anyone should be allowed up here. What if an old person fell, or a child? It doesn't bear thinking about.
There's a fence all around us, and it's plenty high. There's really no need to worry.
If you say so.
Hold it!
If nothing is coming to mind, then just take a look around. Do you recognize anything? Anything at all?
Let's see. Ah! Cherry blossoms!
Go on.
I was standing under the cherry tree. Yes! I was trying to stay out of the rain. It was raining. I remember now. And there was a red something.
So it was raining. She was underneath the cherry tree, and she saw something red from where she stood. But what?
Was it something I said?
No, but if you could add that to your testimony, we can explore it further. Okay, let's see. Tree. Something at the stand? Saw something red.
Hold it!
There's something red. Can you tell me any more about it?
I'm not sure. It was just a red thing. That's all I can say.
What can we see nearby that's red? Was it the concession stand over there, perhaps?
A stand? A red concession stand? Yes! I think that was it! Somebody was walking toward me from beyond it.
And then what happened?
Then, I'm sorry.
That's alright. If you could just add what you've told to us to your testimony. From beyond the concession stand.
Hold it!
The stand in question is the one behind you, correct?
That's right. I remember the red color and the person walking toward me from beyond it. I saw it from all under the cherry tree.
Tell me something. This person you keep mentioning, could you not see their face, or did you simply not know who they were?
I'm sorry, I'm just not sure.
So we have to go on as a person walking toward her from beyond the concession stand, and the fact she saw this from beneath the cherry tree. Someone was walking towards her from beyond the concession stand. Well, like here? Like off the building?
Objection!
Yeah. You said that you saw someone over there beyond the stand, and that they were walking toward you.
Yes, I see them getting closer.
Are you sure it wasn't a ghost?
No, it was a person, I'm sure of it.
But from where you were standing, anyone you saw on the other side of the concession stand would have been floating in midair, hundreds of feet above the ground. So how on earth could it have been a person?
I'm not lying, I promise. Somebody red, a stand, somebody red, and they were on the other side. They were walking toward me, getting closer and closer. And then they... Ah!
Hey! Kay, what's the matter? You alright? We're here. Whatever it is, it can't hurt you.
I was pushed and I fell. By a person in a red coat.
A person in a red raincoat who could walk on air, and who supposedly pushed her off the building. None of this makes any sense, not the least of which nobody could fall from this height and survive.
Attention everyone, please stay right where you are. What's wrong, officer? I'm Detective Kanju. Mind filling me in? Yes, sir. A body's been discovered in this building, sir. A body?
Whose body exactly?
Not sure. We're still working on it. But what we do know is that the victim is a young woman. And her name is Kay. And that her name is Kay.
What?
What the blazing?
Ooh, the plot thickens.
April 5th, 2:36 p.m. Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. Chamber.
Oh, so hi, Pyro. Wait, this room! Officer, isn't this...
Yes, sir. This is the trial chamber of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. So it's here now?
I knew they moved out of the prosecutor's building, but I had no idea they'd come here.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, and Kay too. How are you all doing? Is Kay feeling any better?
We heard there was some kind of incident. I'm sorry, who might this be?
This is my grandma. My grandma. Hold on a second. Name's Hilda Hertz, Sonny. And who the heck might you be?
It's a pleasure to meet you. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, at your service. Nurse Needler, your grandmother's name, Hertz. Is she...
Yup, she's the director of the Hertz Hospital.
This old woman is the head of the a hospital.
Don't you old fogey me, you damn reprobate.
How did she do that?
Whoa, sounds like you're kind of a big deal, man.
Oh, that's not true. Not wrong at all. Oh, him? He's the one looking after the girl, the one with amnesia.
It seems Dr. Hertz is a bit of an introvert.
Want me to fix those brow furrows of yours, Sonny?
Oh, there's no fixing those, man. They're downright incurable.
What? You sure you want me to say that, Grandma? Well, look, alright, then... Now, I don't got a dang thing more to say to none of ya. You going on about your business, ya hear? As long as that business doesn't involve messing with the deceased body, I got work to do.
Wait, please,
Not a dang thing, I tell ya.
Hey, you can't talk to us like that. What gives you the right, huh, pal?
Damn, she smacked her hair.
Oh, what? Didn't I mention? Grandma's also a coroner. She's in charge of this case, which means exactly that. Ahem.
What do you mean exactly what?
How am I supposed to know? She said it, not me.
She smacks the bob on her head.
It's like I'm trapped in a comedy routine I can't escape.
Well, we got a body to be looking at. Catch you later, gang, and take care.
What the heck is the deal?
What does it matter? As long as we have permission to investigate.
What does it matter? It matters a bunch, sir.
What will you do now, Mr. Edgeworth?
Examine the scene of the crime, of course. What kind of prosecutor would I be if I didn't? Alright, let's get to work.
That person over there is called Kay, right? Surely that means I can't be Kay, the Kay you know.
That's what we're looking to figure out, but don't worry. You're the Kay we know, I'm certain of it.
Thanks.
A Kay who lost her memory, and a victim who shares her name. Both meeting their respective fates here at the big building. No doubt this case will be the key to restoring our Kay's memories. I'd stake my life on it. If things had gone as they were meant to, I'd be standing at this podium right now.
Yeah, guess so, huh? I'm glad the hearing got delayed, but I wish it wasn't because someone died.
Although it would have been that much harder to investigate had my bag been taken away. The best thing I can do right now for all parties involved is to get to the truth behind this incident. An enormous semicircular desk with seating for 11. It almost reminds me of a certain legend.
I know the one, sir. The Knights of Brown Table, right? Whoops, I guess that wasn't it. The Newts of the Brown Table. The Knives of the Brown Stable?
Further and further from the mark, but I'll refrain from rubbing his nose in it for now.
Oh boy, oh, that's a huge blood splatter.
It's a statue of the Goddess of Justice.
You sure know your stuff, sir. So, does she dole out blessings or what?
She's not that kind of goddess detective. She's a symbol of the sanctity of the law. The scale represents justice, the sword, retribution, and the blindfold shows her impartiality. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention, like this blood spatter. There's a pool of blood here at the foot of the statue. Judging by the amount and how it was spread, I'd say this is where the victim was killed.
But the body's at the table behind us, sir. How come?
I can only surmise the killer must have moved it for some reason after committing the murder.
Oops, I'm dragging the window. Whoa, this one's a big statue. One big statue. But what's it even for?
The Goddess of Justice stands in judgment over the committee's proceedings against corrupt prosecutors, and if I'm not very much mistaken, it's a Paul Halik original.
You mean the victim from the IS-7 incident, sir? Mr. Artie Frost?
No matter how murky his name or morals were, there's no denying his skills. This is a genuine work of art.
I read someplace that a lot of good artists are either geniuses or eccentrics. Which do you think he was?
Well, I don't know about Halik, but Larry is definitely an eccentric.
Can I look up? No, I can't. Okay. Okay, I think that's everything, yeah.
Nice. Neatly arranged bookshelves stretching off into the distance. Quite a pleasing sight, don't you think?
Sure is. There's not a speck of dust on any of them. Reminds me of my special method for cleaning your office, sir. Sweep, then vacuum, then wipe it all down twice. Then goes on the floor wax, and then...
If only you approach your actual job with the same level of rigor.
Can't be easy reading books that size, or lifting them for that matter.
And the committee only just moved. It must have been quite the undertaking.
Rolling stuff around is kind of my forte. They should have given me a call.
Huh. Well, if you run into the chairman, I'll be sure to ask if there's more heavy lifting to be done.
I was joking, sir. I can't be carrying all that stuff up 50 flights of stairs. I have a real job to do.
I was joking too, detective. But why were you planning on taking the stairs?
Sorry, but we're kind of busy right now. Grandma's still looking at the body. You stay the heck out of my way, you hear? So you could just give us a few more minutes?
Of course, we'll come back and examine the bodies ourselves after she's done. Officer, tell me about the security arrangements for this room.
Yes, sir. You need a special key card to enter, sir.
Interesting. So not just anybody can enter. In which case, the person who discovered the body would have been...
Yes, sir. A member of the committee. They found it when they arrived for today's hearing.
The hearing? My hearing. Which would be underway right now if it wasn't for this.
Sorry to intrude.
Oh, it's Franziska.
Who are... Huh? What's that, Grandma? I know that voice anywhere. That's Von Karma's little girl. Oh, so you do know each other? It has been too long, Grandma Hertz. And you as well, Maz Edgeworth.
What's she doing here? Franziska von Karma. She is the daughter of Manfred von Karma, and a prosecutor like myself. These days, she's mainly been working with Interpol, though I thought she was supposed to be abroad.
Don't look so surprised. Where my investigations lead, I follow, no matter where in the world that might be.
Which means there must be some kind of international angle to this case, yes?
You know full well that I've been pursuing a certain smuggling ring. And that I won't rest until it has been destroyed and its ill-gotten goods recovered.
So the smuggling ring is involved then?
That information is to be shared on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know.
I see she means to be as helpful as ever.
Miss Von Karma, was it? Grandma wants to tell you something. I'm about done here. Scene's all yours.
In that case, we'd like to examine the body ourselves too, if you wouldn't mind.
I mind plenty. I remember when I heard about you now, you dang varmint. Don't need to be so soon to be ex-prosecutor messing the place up. Go on, get. Just remember it's not me saying this stuff, okay? But please, Granny, it's important. Who you calling Granny, you little missy? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you.
This is going nowhere. I didn't want to have to do this, but... Franziska, I need you to add us to this investigation. We have to see that body up close, or we'll never learn the truth about what happened to Carrie.
As in, Kay Faraday.
Please, get help us out here. Kay needs us.
I don't know what you're up to, but very well.
Thank you. You won't regret it.
Of course, I expect to receive a full explanation when I grill you later.
We owe you, sir. Big time.
I wasn't talking to you, Scruffy. Well, Grandma Hertz, will you allow them to examine the body? I ain't about to say no to an international big shot like yourself, hon, but are you sure about this? Yeah, I agree with Grandma. Are you sure you're sure? Of course I'm sure. It's my prerogative to judge the whole world in my name. That's just common sense.
Of course, the extremely elegant sort, perhaps.
Suit yourself, but don't say I didn't warn ya. Well, you heard her. Try not to get fired, okay? Don't worry. It'll take a lot more than this to ruin my reputation should things turn sour.
Unlike me, who's on the verge of losing my badge.
Well, one thing's for certain. This isn't Kay. She doesn't even look like her.
I think we knew that already, Detective. Our case standing right over there, after all. The victim looks to be in her 30s, while she's wearing a white suit.
Could she have worked in one of those offices here in the building?
Perhaps, but for now she remains unidentified. The question is, why did the police seem to think her name was Kay? I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Maybe this. This book!
What the? That's Kay's promise notebook. It's where she wrote down all the promises she made to her dad. I haven't seen this in a while.
Indeed. The book of vows made by a child to her father. Kay's promise to daddy. Promise 1, never take things from a stranger. Promise 2, never go anywhere with a stranger. Promise 3, always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Promise 4, never cry in front of strangers. Promise 5, always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. But what exactly is it doing here?
Oh, I just remembered something. Detective Pat told me a few years back. He said something precious to Kay had disappeared from the station.
What? Evidence went missing from police custody?
Detective Pat said he looked for it everywhere, but no dice.
What could this mean? And why did it turn up here of all places? You there. What do we know about this notebook, officer?
The victim was holding it when they found her, sir. It was the only thing with any kind of name on it at the time.
So that's how she became Kay.
Talking about a red herring. Still doesn't explain how she ended up with it, though.
If only we had a few more leads on the victim's true identity. There's something pinned to the jacket here. A piece of magenta fabric.
Whatever it was, it looked like it was torn up plenty roughly.
Well, first we gotta investigate the other parts. It seems she suffered a serious burn to her hand at some point.
Do you think it had something to do with how she died?
No, the scar's too old for that. I would imagine it happened some time ago. She's holding something. Detective, could you open her hand for me?
Yes, sir, right away.
What
is that? Wait, I know! It's a loyalty card, probably from a storage.
It's a key card!
Why, sir? Why?
The question we should be asking is, what does it open? You think
this could be the murder weapon?
A 3-armed candelabrum. The victim suffered the same number of puncture wounds to the chest. Puncture wounds like that could well have been made by these spikes.
A candle album?
Not quite, detective. A candelabrum. A candle holder, in other words.
Ah, gotcha. That reminds me. I forgot to pay my electricity bill once in a while back, and I had to live by candlelight for a whole month.
Who does that in this day and age? A pure white jacket with a deep red stain on its lapel. This jacket. The buttons are on the wearer's right-hand side.
What's so weird about that? Buttons always go on the right, no?
Not on women's clothing, traditionally. The buttons would be all on the left.
Like I always say, sir, you sure you know your stuff.
This is a common knowledge, detective. Nothing else seems amiss. Wait. What's this in the pocket?
A pair of gloves, as a white.
They don't seem to be soiled in any way. I imagine they must have belonged to the victim. It doesn't look like as if there is anything in the chest pocket.
Nothing except this hole right here.
By the look of how the fabric was torn, I think it was pierced by something sharp.
Can't keep your coins in there now. They'd all fall right out.
Have you never heard of a change purse, detective?
Sure have, sir. There's another word for bucket, right?
I give up. The victim's hair is caked with blood.
Looks like she was hit with something, huh?
Unfortunately, it's too early to say for certain. Perhaps an answer will turn up as we investigate further. Alright, now we get to deduce.
Eureka!
Judging by its appearance, I say that the flower Kay was carrying originally belonged to the victim.
Yeah, now that you mention it, it does look like it's been made out of the same fabric.
Indeed. Let's make a closer comparison.
The torn edges match up exactly. You got one heck of an eye, sir.
If the flower belonged to the victim...
This implies a connection between the victim and Kay Faraday. Furthermore, it appears that the flower was torn with considerable force. Kay Faraday was involved in this incident somehow, and based on what we're seeing here, we may have no choice but to treat her as our main suspect.
What? But there's no way she could have done this. I can't even begin to imagine it. There isn't a murderous bone in her body.
Nevertheless, we lack the evidence to disprove such an assertion.
For the moment, we're simply considering all the possibilities. Isn't that right, Miles Edgeworth?
For better or worse, yes. I would imagine that the victim's keycard probably grants access to this room, wouldn't you?
Let me go find out, sir. I'm back. They found some details on that keycard in the security system. It's for this room, just like you said.
So the victim was able to enter and exit this chamber freely.
Assuming that the keycard actually belonged to her, yes.
Huh, indeed. It seems we're no closer to discovering the identity of our victim.
Then, am I really Kay? Can you really be sure?
Of course we're sure. What are you talking about?
Thank you. And that person lying there? He's someone you may have murdered, but that's all we can say for now.
No, there's no way she did it. Isn't that right, sir?
Indeed. I don't believe the Kay we know could have done something like this.
You're becoming a real softie, Miles Edgeworth.
Well, look who it is again. I know that voice. Oh, it's not Sebastian. It's Eustace. I'm getting his fan-translated name mixed up.
With a winning smile and the #1 name in the business, it is I, Prosecutor Eustace Winner.
Please forgive the intrusion.
Step away from that body, Edgeworth. I didn't call for you and I don't need you. This case is mine. It's what the victim would have wanted.
You knew the victim?
Yippee, Eustace.
Yes.
So it really is her. But be not afraid, everyone, for the goddess of justice will guide us to the truth. She sure will. Now that I'm here, everything is going to be alright. Whoever did this will live to regret it. I shall... Miles Edgeworth, who is this imbecile?
Why am I getting the death glare? I've got nothing to do with him.
Franziska von Karma, I presume. My apologies. I should have introduced myself sooner. Verity Gavel, at your service. And the deceased in this case is... Rosie Ringer, attorney at law, and a member of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence.
I see. That would explain the key card. So you're the lead prosecutor?
Yep, which means this case will be solved. Ah! You didn't tell me your name yet, little boy. If you wanna know my name, all you have to do is... Ow! Stop babbling and tell me, now! It's Eustace Winner.
I think we've established where the balance of power lies in this particular room.
Mr. Guy in charge? Here, this is from Grandma. What's this? Oh, the preliminary findings. Looks like it's game over for you, Edgeworth.
This isn't a game, Mr. Winner.
Alright, that's me done. See you next diff. Yeah, home time. I could murder a bowl of noodles right about now. We're out of here, everybody. Stay healthy. Let's see. So the wound on her head is from when she fell over after she died. Eustace. It was the candle holder that killed her, huh? And she died sometime late last night. Oh, now, Gavel. It's very kind of you to share the coroner's findings with everybody, Eustace. But perhaps you should leave it there. We wouldn't want you to strain your voice after all.
No, that would be a tragedy.
Anyway, that settles it. We need to arrest Kay Faraday.
What? What the heck are you talking about?
I think Eustace's meaning was very clear. Miss Faraday is the murderer, and though she is dressed differently than usual, this young lady, covered in bandages, is Miss Faraday herself, correct?
You really mean to arrest her here and now? If you do, then I'll be forced to object, loudly and forcefully.
And as if further confirmation were needed, there it is. The committee was right to call your conduct into question. It is questionable in the extreme. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, just go. It's fine.
Fine? This is anything but fine, Kay.
I still don't remember anything. So, maybe I did do it. Maybe I killed that poor woman and I just don't remember. The goddess smiles on those who confess their sins. It is her wish that our confessions cleanse us. She applauds your commitment to the cause of justice, as do I.
Judge DeVille, Eustace, if you really intend to arrest Kay, could you at least explain your grounds for doing so? I, for one, certainly don't intend to yield, not until I've seen some evidence to support your accusations. Then allow me. Prepare to be hit with a face full of deductive genius, Edgeworth. Bring it.
I think Kay did it. They call it the human race because somebody has to win it, and that somebody is me. I won this race too. I saw it before anyone else did. Kay Faraday's the murderer. No doubt about it. She snuck into the committee chamber looking to do some of her trademark great thieving, which means that nobody but her could have killed Rosie Ringer.
Deductive genius. That was a total mess.
And if Detective Gumshoe is saying that, you know it must be bad. I asked you to explain your grounds for arresting Kay, yet you have explained exactly nothing.
True, but we haven't seen any proof of her innocence either.
It's alright, Kay. Mr. Edgeworth will pull off a miracle somehow. You just gotta believe in him.
My deductions aren't acts of divine intervention, you know.
Well, Miles Edgeworth, I'd hate for you to disappoint me, but since the end said you do, I will be sure to freely let you know.
Eustace getting whipped.
Hold it!
Oh really? And what was it she was trying to steal?
Well,
A file. A very particular file. One pertaining to your professional conduct, in fact, Mr. Edgeworth. And you can prove that she needed this file badly enough to steal it?
Overruled!
Oh, there'll be no need to go into that. Well then, Mr. Prosecutor.
No, that, won't be necessary.
What?
Please, Mr. Winner, continue.
Hold it!
And you have proof that it can only have been Kay who committed the murder?
no!
There. Then might I suggest you try looking into other possible suspects with all due haste? For that, I believe, would be the winning approach here.
The winning approach?
Overruled!
According to the reports we received, the police have found no signs of anyone else's involvement.
So you're accusing Kay based on that alone? A little tenuous even for you.
And suggesting that there are other possible suspects when there clearly aren't, isn't?
If only I had something that could prove that Kay didn't do it. This is obviously a setup, plain and simple.
You don't have to.
It's alright, Kay. The truth will come out, I promise. I just need you to give me some time.
Okay.
Kay isn't capable of murder. There's no way she killed Miss Ringer. I have to prove that somehow, or she'll remain a suspect.
Yeah, I found the contradiction. Where's the keycard?
Objection!
Oh, what? No? But I'm like, how would she have the keycard though? She doesn't have the keycard. What?
Oh, do I have to present it a third statement? Because goddamn it, this game is awfully specific with its requirements. She's not. Oh, okay, I think I was supposed to present it here.
Objection!
Okay, I was supposed to present it on the third statement, not the last statement. Are you familiar with this room, Mr. Winner? It certainly sounds like you are.
What can I say? Winners know where winners go. I'm number 1, 2, and 2, and 3.
In other words, the majority of your work is second, if not third rate.
Why do you always have to make fun of me?
You can take it as a slight if you wish, but the fact remains that you seem unfamiliar with this keycard.
What do you take me for? Of course I'm familiar with it. You need one of those to get in here. Don't you? Have you no shame? Ah!
Mr. Winner, do you really even suspect Kay?
Of course I do. She did it. Freddy's the killer.
Then perhaps you can tell us how Kay got into such a secure room as this, without a keycard?
There was and she,
A masterful summary. Now, as we know, only members of the committee have keycards. Therefore, only they can enter.
Precisely.
Huh? Why is she agreeing with me?
Please, take a look at this. I had security pull the data earlier.
Okay. Ringer Rosie entered at 12:52 a.m. and somebody before her entered at 10:15 p.m. Okay. On April 4th, which is yesterday, from the in-game time.
As you can see, the door to this room was opened at 12:52 a.m. with Miss Ringer's keycard. We cannot know for certain, of course, but who's to say that the culprit didn't enter the room with Miss Ringer and then kill her over some sort of subsequent disagreement?
It's certainly a plausible theory, but that's all it is. For one, it will require the victim and her murderer to have known one another.
Yeah, Kay didn't know the woman. I'm sure of it.
How can you possibly be sure of such a thing? That's pure speculation on your part, Detective. There is no place for guesswork in the courtroom or at a crime scene. Hard evidence is what is required. In that case, are you suggesting that you have said hard evidence to support your theory? Evidence that Kay Faraday and Rosie Ringer knew one another?
But of course. What?
I have it here. I have here a letter. Dr. Hertz found it in the victim's chest pocket.
Another one of the victim's possessions? And you kept this to yourself until now. You planned for this, didn't you? Is that why?
Thank goodness it's safer than Facebook right now.
Well, I mean, Facebook is a pretty unstable social media platform, so I don't blame you.
It was the candle holder that killed her, huh? And she died sometime late last night. What now, Gavel? It's very kind of you to share the coroner's findings with everybody, Eustace. But perhaps you should leave it there. We wouldn't want you to strain your voice after all. Shall I read it for you? Rosie, thanks so much for agreeing to help with my plan. Now we can both get what we want. Good luck getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago. Kay. This would seem to indicate pretty strongly that the two of them were accomplices, wouldn't you say? Accomplices in a plot to steal from the very room in which we are standing.
No!
Wait, so your principal suspect is Miss Kay Faraday for the second crime, as well as Miss Ringer's murder. I'm the principal suspect?
Don't listen to her. It's all lies. All of it. You're not like that. You'd never do any of the stuff they're accusing you of.
And how do you explain the letter, Detective?
Unlike Mr. Winner, I suspect that Judge Cavell herself had some proof to support her accusation. But I didn't expect to be quite so definitive.
Nicely done, Cavell. Thank you, Eustace.
Hold it!
We're not done here yet. I still have questions, and you better have answers.
Would you mind if I handled this, Eustace?
Be my guest. Have fun arguing Edgeworth into the ground! I can't let them steamroller on me on this. I have to find a way to take back the advantage. Bring it.
Kay's letter.
As the letter more than adequately proves, Mr. Faraday and Miss Ringer were acquainted. It seems Miss Faraday had asked for Miss Ringer's help in a plot of some kind, but for whatever reason their alliance must have broken down. Miss Ringer lost her life in the resulting disagreement, but she had one last card to play. The letter she kept safe in her left chest pocket, which spells out the name of her killer.
She's good. Better than ever, even. Think you can take it down, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, of course.
Don't do this out of pride, Miles Edgeworth. If you're going to fail, do it on somebody else's time.
Hey, whose side are you on, sir?
There is only one side to be on, Scrappy. The side of the truth.
Uh-oh. Looks like the kid's got something to say.
Well, if there's only one side to be on, then there has to be on the winning. Ah!
Quiet, you.
Huh, my thoughts exactly. What's on our letter? Don't worry, I'll make sure you get your precious thing back. Okay.
Hold it!
Can you tell us any more about this plot?
The letter implies a theft.
And it was written by your friend Faraday, making her the prime suspect. Case closed.
Objection!
Anybody can forge a letter. It's not conclusive proof of anything.
I also seem to recall Miss Faraday referring to herself as a great thief on more than one occasion.
She's on sabbatical.
How can you be sure of that? It's unlikely she would tell you if she had resumed her activities, surely. Perhaps she took up stealing again and simply chose to keep it from you.
I can't prove that other way right now, and she knows it.
As I was saying, it seems Miss Faraday and Miss Ringer were involved in a plot to steal something. But for whatever reason, their alliance must have oh wait, I already said that.
Hold it!
Whatever reason, could you be a little more specific?
Not at the moment. But I am sure our investigation will cover any number of possibilities. Whereas your lack of proof that Miss Faraday is innocent continues to be a major problem for you.
Objection!
I can see that some of the evidence would seem to point to Kay's involvement, but none of this is anywhere near conclusive.
A letter explicitly outlining a connection to the victim backed by supporting evidence from the scene. How much more conclusive could it be? And what's more, where is your proof to the contrary?
Hold it!
Is there any actual evidence to show that Kay killed Miss Ringer?
You don't give up, do you? What do you call that letter, huh? Evidence? Duh!
I wouldn't be so sure. For one thing, it doesn't mention anything resembling a murder plan.
It doesn't? Oh, I guess not, Aha! But it will once we hold a flame to it and reveal the secret writing.
I wouldn't place too much hope in that revealing anything, Eustace. And we don't need it to. Not when we have...
Hold it!
We were able to examine the pocket in question for ourselves.
And you want to know why the letter wasn't there, I assume?
It's simple. The police's #1 priority was handing it over to me.
The victim had kept it on the left side of her chest, near to her heart in other words, to indicate her heart's desire that a killer be brought to justice.
I have little interest in sentimental speculations about Miss Ringer's desires, but one thing does interest me. The fact that you said the letter was in the victim's left chest pocket.
It is the truth, as the goddess is my witness. That is where the letter was found. There is no doubt about it.
The same place where she was stabbed with the candelabrum. I think that might prove to be a very important clue. I can't imagine Kay writing a letter like that, but unless we can get more out of Jessica Vell, I don't think we'll be able to prove that she didn't. should try pressing on the good judge on some of her statements and see if she lets something slip, like I'm already doing like just moments before.
Objection!
Yeah, because that's where she was stabbed, so the letter would have been punctured. So the victim kept the most vital clue of all closest to her heart. How very touching.
The voices of the dead fight to be heard, and even then, they don't always reach us. But her voice rang loud and true, and it told us that Miss Faraday is her killer.
Huh. I think you may have misheard her, Your Honor. Or perhaps an evil spirit was trying to mislead you. Hey, you take that back! Perhaps we should try listening to the words of the coroner's report instead.
By all means. If I recall correctly, the victim was stabbed on her left side. No.
Yes, I'm afraid so. You claim that the letter was found in the victim's left chest pocket.
Right where she was stabbed by the candle holder.
Indeed. 3 puncture wounds to the chest and yet not one to the letter? Miraculous, no? Well, Judge Gravel, how do you explain that? Because I can't think of one explanation. That the letter was deliberately placed there after the fact in order to cast suspicion on Kay. Someone went to a lot of trouble to create the crime scene we see before us. And that someone is the real culprit who almost certainly also forged this letter.
No.
It's clear that the culprit intended to frame Kay by means of that letter.
And you fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker.
Objection!
No, Faraday did it. The letter was... It was in her other pocket. Yeah.
Huh? Seriously?
The whole left chest pocket thing was a mistake. Whoever reported it must have meant their left. Ah!
Stop your foolish floundering, you foolish fool! Or are you just that incurably foolish?
Why do you keep whipping me? And stop making fun of my deductions. Ah!
There, I saved you the trouble of disciplining him.
Yes, even though I had no intention of doing so. The letter is stained with blood, which suggests it had indeed been placed somewhere on her left side. Therefore, I doubt there was some sort of mistaken report, not unless the report was given by you.
What? Gabriel, say something.
No objections? Good, then allow me to continue. We have established the existence of a second suspect.
No, we haven't. The murderer had to get in here, remember? Who else could have gotten in the apartment from Faraday and Ringer?
Whoever it was would have needed a keycard. Judge Cavell proposed that the killer enter the room together with the victim. But what if there is something questionable about the very basis of her theory itself? This piece of evidence points to another suspect other than Kay. Yep. This mysterious fuck.
Take that!
Look again at the keycard record provided by Judge Cavell a short while ago. As already noted, the victim's keycard was used at 12:52 a.m. But you will note that someone else's keycard is also listed.
A mystery person who could have entered beforehand and lay in wait for the victim, you mean? This other person entered at 10:15 p.m., so it's certainly not outside the realm of possibility. Except, I'm afraid it is.
And where's your evidence, huh, Your Honor?
My evidence? I am the evidence detective. It was my keycard.
Oh.
There's nothing suspicious about a committee member entering in the chamber as I please, is there?
Perhaps not, but that's also not exonerating the evidence you seem to think it is, unless you can also prove that you yourself didn't murder your colleague.
What utter nonsense! What would I have had to gain from killing her?
Objection!
I'm sure you know how I'm going to answer that, Your Honor. I believe further investigation will shed light on any motives you might have had.
I am a faithful servant of the goddess. Why would I ever resort to an act of crime? I used my keycard, that much is true, but my reason for entering this room is far from questionable.
Then perhaps you care to tell us why?
I had business in here in the committee chamber. There were certain preparations to make.
Preparations? Sounds pretty suspicious to me.
I am not at liberty to share what I was preparing for, but I am sure Prosecutor Edgeworth can make an educated guess.
Making a case for my fucking hearing. My hearing. She must have been busy gathering the documents they were going to use against me, that little shit. That fucking bitch. To relieving me of my badge.
Alright, children, that's enough. It's good to keep our skills and tongue sharp, especially when we're young, but that'll do for now. Who said that?
Who in the...
Really takes me back to the days of my youth. Back when I would wrangle with a certain detective. He disappeared, you know.
Actually no, should I use a different voice?
He disappeared, you know. I hope he's out there somewhere, living his best life. You'll have to forgive me. It's just, I get so emotional. The tears, I can't stop them.
Chairman Winner.
Huh? Winner? Ah, Verity, my girl. Do you ever stop working? Your dedication puts us all to shame. And is this young Francisco I see before me? Dear child, when did you get so big?
Uncle Winner. It's been far too long.
It's so formal. I thought we were like family. You used to sit on my knee and shout, Uncle Winner, Uncle Winner, at the top of your little lungs. But time goes by so very fast. One can't help but shed a tear.
Dad, what are you doing here?
What am I doing here? A committee member has been murdered, and you're in charge of the case, my boy.
What is this? Bring your bonds to work day?
Silence! Do you have any idea who he is? This man is practically the right hand of the goddess herself. A former chief prosecutor and the current chairman of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence.
Now, Verity. There is no need to bring all that up. I'm just a harmless old man, really.
Oh, that's Sovereign. Oh, okay.
I didn't actually recognize him because of the huge difference in usernames. Allow me to apologize for the detective's rudeness. I am
Miles Edgeworth, correct? And your little subordinate, Dick Gumshoe. I am Excelsis Winner, father to this idiot boy, among other things. My own wife and I were so happy when he was born. And now she's gone too. Heaven only knows to where.
Dad, you're here. Use my handkerchief.
Yeah, I thought that was Ricky. Yeah, I thought that was Ricky too.
Thank you, son. You're a good boy in your own silly way.
Like father, like son, I suppose. Though it's hard to say who's the bigger fool.
Well, Verity, how goes the investigation? Thank you for asking, sir. We have identified a prime suspect, 1K Faraday. We're currently trying.
Objection!
You don't have nearly enough to make her your prime suspect, and you know it! Or have you forgotten what we've just discovered about the letter?
Objection!
I told you that was just a mix-up. They got the wrong part.
Don't test my patience.
Alright. That's enough. Let's all calm down, shall we?
I'm sorry you had to see that, sir. My humblest apologies.
I think you've all made your cases very clearly. All except for you, Eustace.
What? But, Dad!
We are prosecutors, and it is our duty to identify suspects and bring them to justice. But I wouldn't dare to call someone a suspect without evidence or a motive. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, I know about your relationship to the accused. Thick as thieves seems pretty apt, based on what I've heard.
Kay's no criminal. She's helped us catch up the bad guys loads of times.
Much about this case is still unclear, sir. Please, you have to let us... It's heartwarming, really. The bonds of friendship are so strong among the young. But circumstances being what they are, I'm afraid those bonds won't be enough.
What the heck is that supposed to mean?
The prosecutor's office needs this case cleared up as quickly as possible. Time is so precious, and we have so little of it, and there are so many other cases. I'm sorry, but you understand, of course, don't you? Alright, Miss Kay Faraday. Time to come along quietly.
Yes, sir.
You're not taking her. She's innocent, I tell ya.
To defy the chairman of the committee is to defy the law itself. It is an act so brazen, a hearing won't be necessary at all. Are you prepared for Mr. Edgeworth to lose his badge over this detective?
What? Yeah. So either Kay goes down or Mr. Edgeworth loses his badge? What the heck am I supposed to do?
You'd use his badge to shield yourselves? Or has the committee too has fallen?
Kay, you're innocent. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise.
Thank you. We've only known each other for a short while, but you've been very kind. And I'm sorry. Sorry for being a criminal. Your contrition has been noted, Miss Faraday, and will be conveyed to the Goddess of Justice.
What in the world shall I do? When I was little, all I wanted was to be like my father. To become an attorney and fight for those who can't fight for themselves. But now, my fate is tied to that of this one tiny badge. One tiny badge against the life of a dear acquaintance. Who am I kidding? There's nothing to weigh up here.
I guess this is it. Goodbye, Mr. Edgeworth.
Hold it!
Judge Gavel, a moment, please.
Yes? What is it? Your badge? What is the meaning of this?
I am returning it. From this day forth, I'm a prosecutor no longer.
Mr. Edgeworth? What are you doing? Miles Edgeworth, explain yourself right now. You're giving it up? All up? Just like that?
You can't mean it, sir. Tell me you're kidding, please. If you're not a prosecutor anymore, then what does that make me?
I have one duty and one duty alone, to pursue the truth. If being a prosecutor means I must turn a blind eye to the very truth before me, then I will gladly shed the title to be free. I'll carve my own path, one I believe in. I won't let my search for the truth end here.
Objection!
Are you running away from Zifang Karma? From me?
Say what you will, Franziska. You won't change my mind.
So you're leaving me behind again? I'll never forgive you for this. Never! No. This is all my fault. None of this would have happened if it wasn't for me.
Wait, Kay, don't go. You stay right where you are, detective.
But sir,
I'm not a prosecutor anymore.
don't say that. Where you go, I go, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm always there, right by your side.
There's no need for you to do that now, Detective. Simply focus on your job and do what you can. Well now, this is no good, is it? We let a dangerous criminal run free. I try and try. And yet, it's never enough.
There's no need to worry, sir. I set up a cordon. She won't get far.
She'd better not. I'd be very disappointed in you if she does.
Wow, she seems pretty surprised and also upset about this development.
Yeah, let's see what this one.
April 5th, 5:58 p.m. High Prosecutor's Offices. Room 1202.
Kay! She's not here either. Where are you?
Knockity knock knock. Special visitor.
Fender!
Whoa, talk about an unhappy face. Everything okay, big guy? You won't earn yourself too many admirers looking like that.
What are you doing here? Has something happened?
Has something happened, he asks. I'll say. It's been all over the news. A murder in the committee chamber. I call that a happening, alright. And what's with your heart beating today? I thought. Well, I couldn't help wondering if you were involved.
They're reporting it on the news already?
Heck yeah. A dead lawyer. A young woman on the run. They're lapping it all up. It's crazy stuff. But compelling too, I gotta admit. So, you gonna give me the lowdown or what?
Well, actually...
Whoa! Maybe warn a guy before blowing his mind next time. Things are even crazier than I thought.
This isn't a joke, Fender. Kay's out there somewhere, all alone, and without her memory.
Not to mention being the suspect in the murder. That definitely doesn't make things any easier. But where the heck could she have gone to? You're sure she doesn't remember Zip?
I thought she might come here, but...
No luck, huh? Can't say I'm surprised. Sounds like she thinks she's done you wrong. She wouldn't want to cause you even more trouble by rocking up on your doorstep.
You think I don't know that? But I'm out of places to look.
Hey, take your chill pill, compadre. This isn't like you. You wound up tighter than a clockwork monkey. Which isn't a bad thing, necessarily. After all, it's got even you running from pillar to post, looking to save an innocent from jail. Acting like the attorney I know you were born to be.
Look, Fender, I may have given up my badge earlier, but that doesn't mean I've decided to become an attorney. However, Kay isn't some suspect in a murder to me. She's somebody I've come to know very well, even if we've only been acquainted for a short while. And she'd never harm a fly, let her alone another person.
Blow my mind twice in 5 minutes, why don't you? She's lucky to have you in her corner, champ. Hope you don't mind me saying this, but it's quite the bond that sprung up between the two of you. Enough to give me and your old man's a run for its money even.
It's nothing like that, really. She just likes to involve herself in my affairs.
You can say that again. From what I've seen, she likes to charge into things no holds barred. But she's done you some good, I can tell. You two make a great team. Can't say I'm not a little jealous, seeing as my partner in crime is no longer around. Anyway, you need to track her down. Connections like that don't grow on trees. I should know. Alright, how about this for a play? You're fresh out of ideas about where she could be, and you can't just walk the street shouting her name. Why not go back to the source? Look out into how she lost her memory in the first place. You just might turn up some clues that'll help narrow things down.
That's not a bad idea. Based on what she told us, it sounds like it all started at the big building.
Then that's where we're headed. Next up, the big time. And maybe we can give your face the good news on the way. Kate won't come frolicking back into the fold if the first thing she sees is you scowling like that.
Very funny. Fender is truly a force of nature all on his own.
April 5th, 6:42 p.m. Big building. Viewing platform.
The sun sure set quickly.
Not even a murder on the premises could make this place close its doors. Gotta chase that last dollar, huh? There's hardly anybody around though. Guess we got a whole place to ourselves.
The first step towards proving Kay's innocence is to figure out how she lost her memory.
Earth Miles, we got stuff to do. This rooftop paradise is all ours. So let's focus up and do what we're doing. We're good at for Kay, alright?
Do what we're good at, huh? I suppose we should be grateful there's at least something we can do.
Alright.
It's a pretty sizable cherry tree. Its flowers are just on the cusp of a full bloom, according to what Kay told us.
I am here. Hey, Stevie.
Yep.
We're only, right in the middle of the stream, so, yeah, pretty good timing.
She was standing beneath this tree until she was pushed and fell. So the person in the raincoat that Kay saw supposedly approached her from the direction of the concession stand, which would suggest that she was pushed over this railing here. The railing is chest high. You'd have to try really hard to go tumbling over the edge of it. Everything looks sturdy enough too.
Where is it?
Pegasus, the winged horse of legend. No wait. Isn't that a horn on its forehead? So, it's a unicorn? Oh, that can't be right either. Unicorns don't have wings. What's this? There's a little plaque here at the bottom showing the name of the piece. Contradictions. That'll teach me to bother engaging with such things. The beak and wings of a bird, and the body of a lion. I guess these statues are meant to guard the peace of this little rooftop haven. I have to say, they're incredibly detailed. Almost frighteningly so. Instead of feeling welcomed, I wonder how many people have been scared off by these instead.
Mr. Edgeworth, we meet again.
What are you two doing up here?
Well, seeing as we came all this way, we thought we might as well enjoy some cotton candy. What in the heck are you doing here? Looking to get yourself even more hot water?
You needn't worry about me, Dr. Hertz. I'll be just fine.
Whatever you say, Mr. Soon-to-be ex-prosecutor turned ex-prosecutor. Saw that coming a mile off. Wait, what? You got fired?
As I said, you need to concern yourself with my affairs.
If you say so. So, oh, how's Kay doing? Uh-oh. Did something happen? Maybe I can help? How about an injection?
No injections, thank you. Unfortunately, a jab a day does not keep the world's troubles at bay.
Yeah, it did get kinda chilly, huh? Come on, let's head home. Alright then, Mr. Edgeworth. Catch you again soon.
Huh. It looks like a TV for showing announcements from various companies in the big building. But at the moment, it's just showing a regular broadcast channel. Ugh. What am I standing here for? There's still samurai isn't on today.
Hey you! Yeah you! How about some delicious pouting clouds of cotton candy to brighten your day?
Parting clouds? Is it named for the fact that we're so close to the clouds up here?
All the gimmick is we take a normal serving of cotton candy and we split it in half. Pardon it, if you will. Half the candy, same price, double the profit. And we're all laughing all the way to the bank.
I don't think your customers will be laughing if you keep sharing information that that information quite so freely. You could insert a coin to take a good look at the distant landscapes for a few minutes. Kay absolutely would be all over this. The Kay I know of anyway. But for now, I better focus my powers of observation on this roof. Oh? Eek! Wait, she was hiding up on the tree?
Hi.
Kay?
Don't mind me. I was just lying in wait.
That would make you a criminal, Kay. Perhaps you meant to say laying low.
Oh, yes. That.
She just climbed up the tree. Nevertheless, I doubt people will look kindly on a suspect haunting the site of her supposed crime. Surely you understand that even in your current state? On top of which, while you've been playing hide-and-go-seek, I've been worried sick and frantically trying to find you.
Are you mad at me?
Of course I am. Now, what were you thinking coming back here? Did you think your amnesia would excuse your recklessness?
No. I came to try and help you get your badge back.
What?
I thought if I could get my memory back, I might be able to remember killing that poor woman. I thought if I came back to where I lost my memory, maybe I could.
Huh. There's one thing you haven't lost, you know. Your ability to surpass my expectations at every turn. I couldn't be more certain now that you're the Kay Faraday the Kay I know so very well. She is crazy indeed. However, I don't appreciate you being so reckless, do you hear me?
I'm sorry.
Seriously, Miles? Seriously, Miles? You're killing me here. You were banking good guy points, and then you went and blew it by blowing your top. Good to see you, kiddo. Glad to see you're safe. Come on, bring it in.
Okay.
That's the spirit.
Not now, Fender!
Yeesh, I was just trying to lighten the mood. What?
Live news from the big building where a shocking murder took place earlier today. Police continue their hunt for a young woman known to have been present at the scene. She's considered the prime suspect, and the police say no effort is being spared in trying to track her down.
Ooh, mama. They're not messing around, huh? Well, team, what's the plan? Looks like the clock's ticking down, and fast.
Indeed. It's only a matter of time before they find us.
Alright, first things first. Okay, you're sticking with us from now on. Capiche?
But I've caused you so much trouble already.
You can hardly make things any worse for me at this point.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Then it's settled. We're in this together like the Three Musketeers. Miles here will be in charge of proving Kay innocent.
And I will, believe me.
And I'm gonna need you to do everything you can to help him with his investigating, okay, Kay?
Yes, of course.
Great. Now we gotta move quick. Can't be getting bagged by the boys in blue before we even start. You two may not have any more to lose, but your Uncle Eddie sure does. Frederick will never forgive me if I get the family office shut down.
Thank you, Fender. I'm sure I owe you more than I ever really know.
Can't believe this thing made the news already. How do they do it, huh? Hey, I think they're filming us from the chopper up there right now. Go check the TV for me, Miles, if you know. Need to make sure they're catching my good side.
Now? At a time like this?
As you can see, there's still hard work up on the 15th floor. On the 50th floor. That's where the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence holds their disciplinary hearings, correct?
Oh wait, that's two different people. Oh.
That's right. There have been people walking by the windows all evening. This is one serious investigation.
Well, this doesn't make our chances of getting out here with Kay any rosier.
We have to find another way to slip past the press.
I'm cool and a mysterious customer, Mazarino, but I'm no spy.
If we can use them as a decoy if things get desperate.
Okay, whatever you're thinking, you can quit it. I can tell it doesn't end well for me.
I must scout the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Looks like this is being broadcast live, which means that we're looking at the big building in real time.
Does that mean we're on TV too?
I don't think so. The camera's far away enough and just dark enough that I think we'll be safe for now. At least, we better be. If Shay is spotted, things will go bad to worse before we know it.
As you could see, they're hard at work upon the 50th floor.
And that's where the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence holds their disciplinary hearings, correct?
That's right. There have been people walking by the windows all evening. This is one serious investigation.
I guess they're still working in the committee chamber. The reporter's right. You can see people moving around. Wait. Something's very wrong with this picture. And I can use a certain piece of evidence to help me to deduce exactly what?
First off, do I have any? No. Actually, that's the 50th floor. Oh, that's Cantler? Oh my god. I didn't realize. Oh, okay, that's Cantler. I keep calling it Stevie Wonder because of the difference in username, because I didn't know that was him. Oh my goodness. I really gotta memorize people's Twitch names now.
Question. How many floors does this building have?
Easy. 50, right? Kinda ironic, it's just a few feet above where the committee works these ugly little schemes. It's a place where starry-eyed young romantics come to wish for everlasting smoochy times.
But then, what's that dark space about the 50th floor?
The gloomy underbelly of love? Wait a minute.
Exactly. The committee chamber is supposed to be on the top floor directly beneath the viewing platform. But it actually appears to be located one floor below that. Clearly contradicting the supposed facts.
Maybe whoever wrote the pamphlet made a mistake?
Somehow, I don't think so. Call me crazy, but...
Yes, there appears to be a hidden 51st floor.
Wow, and that's where they keep the gloomy underbelly of love?
Ugh, my heart. You need to take it quite so literally, Kay.
Good, then perhaps we can take this more seriously instead.
Come on, have you met me, Miles? That might be easier said than done.
It'll still be easier for you than trying to enjoy your so-called jokes. So, are we gonna ever investigate this little hatch? Right over there.
I hope I've been of help to you so far. I came back here because I thought it might jog my memory.
How about we go over what you remember one more time?
Okay. I was standing under the tree, sheltering from the rain, and I saw a person in a red raincoat. And then they pushed me.
Can you remember anything specific about the person in the raincoat?
I'm sorry, I just can't recall anything. Oh, but there was one thing. I could see the moon over their shoulder as they came closer and closer.
The moon?
Yes, it's all very fuzzy, but it was in the exact place it is right now, floating up there above the cherry blossoms.
So the moon was visible over the mysterious figure's shoulder. That's new information. I should keep it in mind.
I keep falling like there is something just on the edge of my memory.
There is? It could be the clue we need. Alright, just let it float to the top of your mind, and say whatever comes to your thoughts.
Alright. I'm seeing... It's very faint, but... I'm seeing a small restaurant counter and some seats, and there's this incredible smell. A beautiful golden soup. Not too thick, and it tastes just right. It's filled with delicious noodles. They're firm, but not too firm. And that's when a thought crossed my mind. I'm going to order another bowl.
A captivating memory, but sadly one that has nothing to do with the chase. You used to say that you were the second great thief Yatagarasu, a noble outlaw, dedicated to stealing the truth. Do you really not remember any of that?
Oh, I think you're right. I was a noble.
Not a noble, Kay, a noble outlaw. Still, I suppose you got halfway there. Oh, I don't even have my badge anymore to flash people with.
You like pins, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
Alright, not particularly, no.
Still, you always seem to have one on you.
It's a part of the job, I'm afraid. And this one's also a piece of evidence.
Oh, so you carry things you don't like around as a form of willpower training?
That's not it at all.
Okay.
No, oh, shit. Okay. Ow, my ego.
There we go, those two connected.
To get back over to what Kay said, the person in the raincoat approached her from the direction of the concession stand, which implies that she was pushed over the railing on the side opposite of the stand. She also said that she could see the moon over this person's shoulder. But when we checked just now, the moon was in a different location than expected. Yet Kay claims it's currently in the same spot in the sky as on the night of the incident. This throws the positions of the moon and the person in the raincoat out of alignment with her story. I think her memories may have become confused somehow. What's more, if she really has been pushed over that railing, she would have never survived the fall. Therefore, I must conclude that she may not have fallen where she thought she did. Gonna try this one out. Yeah, okay. You may have fallen, Kay, but it couldn't have been over that railing, because if you had, you wouldn't be alive now to tell the tale.
But I definitely remember standing under that tree. If I was pushed, the only way I could have fallen is over that railing, isn't it?
Not unless the ground opened up and swallowed you whole.
The ground could just open up like that? How?
My bad, my bad. Not a joking matter. Sorry, kiddo.
But it may also be closer to the truth than you think, Fender. Let's take another look at the ground in that area. There's a chance we might have missed something. Okay, now that's where we find that hatch, because I'm like, what the fuck is this hatch doing here? Kay couldn't have fallen over the railing. So where did she fall? There must be a clue around here somewhere. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. What's this?
Looks like a surface hatch. Okay, do you think you might have fallen down here instead? Nah. You'd never be clumsy as that.
I'm sorry. I just can't say one way or the other.
My bad, kiddo. Just another one of my silly musings. You don't have to take me so seriously, Nuno.
I don't? Never?
Well, maybe not never. If I told you to leap lyrically into my arms.
Fender!
Chill, Mazarino. Where's your sense of whimsy?
So, never then.
Ouch. Talk about a deep cut.
The ground here is covered with cherry blossoms, even though the tree is not in full bloom yet. The strong wind up here is blowing the petals right off. It would have been nice if they thought to tidy up just a little though.
I think that's everything?
How has no one noticed the flaw between the 50th floor and the viewing platform until just now?
You got me there. Kinda had a set of stairs going up to it if you ask me.
That's precisely it. Things like stairs that are normally out in the open, going unnoticed by people, seems a bit implausible. Which can only mean that the 51st floor is no ordinary floor, and can't be reached by ordinary means.
Then we have to reach it through extraordinary means, right?
I don't know about extraordinary means. Maybe let's go for unconventional.
Indeed. Consider, if you will, the hatch we found by the cherry tree. What would you expect to find on the other side of such a hatch? A room of some kind, perhaps?
Oh, a secret room. Now you're talking my language.
Let's go take a look.
Oh, alright. There we go.
What is this place?
Look at all that stuff down there. Is it a storeroom?
Whatever it is, I think we can safely say that this is where you fell.
Go team, strike one mystery off the list.
Yes, but the greater mystery of Kay's memory loss remains unsolved. We have a red raincoated figure who could walk on air to account for, among other things.
Hey, can a guy bask in his success for a second? So you found a hidden storeroom. How about we scooch on down there and check it out?
We have pretty much exhausted everything up here, and it can't hurt to take a look. Heal ye.
Is that you, Monset? Is that you, Mr. Edgeworth?
Emma, what are you doing here?
I heard about what happened from Detective Gumshoe. I was in the area, so I thought I'd come by and see what's going on.
This is Emma Sky. She's a high school student, currently studying in Europe to become a forensic scientist. The younger sister of a former superior of mine. We've also stood in court together.
The detective called me up in a panic. He said your badge fell off the big building and that Kay was in a man's suit and...
Hold it right there. Didn't you just leave to go back to Europe a few days ago? And you're back again already?
Yep, I'm here with one of my professors. But not to do any schoolwork or anything, just some interpreting.
Then shouldn't you be off doing that instead of gallivanting around a crime scene?
Oh, it's fine. There's this wonderful thing called body language after all.
That's not a natural language, Emma.
Anyway, never mind me. This is about Kay. How is she? Where is she?
Oh shucks, isn't that sweet, K-Meister? Your little friend is worried about you.
Oh, yes. Who's this guy? Don't tell me you went and got a new assistant, Mr. Edgeworth.
Very funny that young lady. It's actually the other way around, you know. Eddie Fender, attorney at law, and senior partner at Edgeworth & Co. Law Offices.
Edgeworth? So you are his assistant. Wait, attorney? Just when you were a defense attorney.
I'm not! To say it's complicated is an understatement.
Yeah, it's not some details for now, yeah? First things first.
But an attorney? Mr. Edgeworth? Really?
Oof, it's like I'm not even here.
What is this? Some kind of weird experiment?
Perhaps we should head down below. I'll explain there.
I agree. The police could be here any minute. And who's this?
I'll explain later, Emma. Come on, time to go.
Oh, alright. You better explain yourself, Mr. Hotshot Pro... Attorney?
Trust me, I'll explain that too.
Okery dokery doo. Down the hatch we go.
Man, a lot of intervals here.
April 5th, 7:06 p.m.
It's dark as a grave down here. Can't see the nose in the front of my ruffishly handsome face.
Watch your step, Emma.
Ouch! I hit my head on something.
Make your way down slowly, Kay. I don't want you to slip.
Oh, yes, Mr. Edgeworth.
There's gotta be a light switch here somewhere. Ah, bingo.
This is... So the hidden 51st floor really is being used as a storeroom. We'll need to take a careful look at over all these items.
Alright, Mr. Edgeworth, you promised me an explanation. Or 3.
I did indeed. Where to even start?
Wow, a lot's been happening, huh? What a case.
It's not supposed to fill you with excitement, Emma.
Seems like you got yourself into a real pickle, Mr. Prosecutor Attorney.
I'm not an attorney or a prosecutor anymore.
Well, whatever you are, I think it's time for science to lend a helping hand. Don't worry, I brought my entire kit with me.
Well, if you're sure.
Are you kidding? I live for moments like this. Here, let's make this all official. Good working with you again, Mr. Edgeworth.
And you, Miss Sky.
And then there were 4. Right, everyone, let's get to work.
I want to know where that elevator goes.
Looks like it goes down.
It's something we certainly want to investigate further, but we should look up around here first.
Aye, aye, Captain. Let me know if you find anything juicy.
I'll keep trying to see what I can remember. I'll let you know if anything comes to mind.
Thank you, Kay. Emma.
Ready, willing, and able to investigate, Mr. Edgeworth.
Very well. Then let's begin. These are...
What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth?
If I'm not mistaken, several of the items on display here are pieces of evidence from old cases of mine. But what are they doing here?
Maybe this is where the committee stores stuff it's looking into?
It can't be. Evidence like this is stored at the police department.
You not keep stuff at the prosecutor's office too?
When a case is ongoing, yes, but once the last trial has finished up, it's supposed to go right back to the precinct. Unless there's a very good reason for it to go elsewhere.
And yet, here it all is.
There's no point trying to figure out why is right now. I should take a closer look at it all. They all have labels. Labels with numbers printed on them.
Exhibit numbers, maybe? You said they were all pieces of evidence, right?
Yes, but judging by how the numbers are written and by the items themselves, I guess these are prices.
Prices? I would never guess that. Wait, but none of this stuff could be worth that much money, could it?
The prices are very high indeed. It's no wonder she's surprised. We must examine all this in detail.
That's odd. This is only one spot with nothing on it. It still has one of those signs in front of it.
Indeed. And look, there's an outline of dust over the cloth. I'd say it's something was probably sitting there until quite recently, wouldn't you?
You know what? I think you might be right. But, I'm drawing a blank trying to imagine what.
Well, I might have an idea. A star-shaped outline. Don't we have a piece of evidence that might well be connected?
Mid-shooting exam post, Tupper goes offline. Yikes. Man. 400? Oh my god. My goodness.
Aw, isn't he cute? Isn't he a cutie? Look at this fluffy little guy.
That's the stuffed animal we found at Gourd Lake. He should be in the possession of the prosecutor in charge of that case. So how did he wind up here?
Oh, but look, he's missing his left horn.
He is, but he never had it in the first place. At least not as far as we ever saw.
Defective merchandise, huh? We'll need to contact the manufacturer and demand a recall.
Now that I come to think of it, why would anyone give the president a broken toy to begin with?
So this storeroom is actually more of a stockroom?
It would seem so, much as it pains me to consider such a thing. What kind of person sells off evidence from serious criminal cases?
And who too? Who would even want to pay for all this stuff?
Somebody, clearly. The price tags are proof of that.
Wow, people really will collect anything, huh? Fascinating. That's a cute little doll. Looks kind of like the Steel Samurai.
It's actually the Iron Infant, son of the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess. He was born burdened with the knowledge that he too would one day be called upon to fight for justice. Can't imagine the pressure that must have put him under more than most people could bear. Yes, he's young, but you can sense it nonetheless. A certain tragic refinement.
Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth? Are you even listening to me?
Huh? Oh, of course.
A mannequin, huh? Wait, I know. All thanks to my powers of scientific deduction, of course. It's evidence from an old case of yours, right?
Not this time. I've never seen it before in my life. Doesn't seem to fit with the other items in the room either. For one thing, it doesn't have a price tag. So why is it here? There's nothing of interest here. A bottle of ink and a lantern. Both pieces of evidence from a previous case of mine.
But why? Why is all this stuff that's related to you doing here?
It's not as if any of it was in my possession for any length of time. The duration of the case and no longer. This is all nothing but a coincidence.
Seriously? A coincidence? I never thought I'd hear those words coming out of your mouth.
You must always face up to the facts of a situation, however strange they may be. Isn't that what scientists believe too?
Oh, you want to talk about what scientists believe? Settle in, this may take a while.
It's a small bottle, one I've seen before.
Oh, that's all? Nothing else to add?
Well, no. What more do you want me to say?
Hold up, I've got to write this down. Mr. Edgeworth can turn even the most boring topics into something picturesque with his explanations.
Urgh. Next time, try taking those kinds of notes in silence.
A star-shaped object. Oh.
Eureka!
Look closely at the sea. Oh, it's not. I may have looked at this piece of evidence.
Nope, I jumped the gun there. I clicked that on accident. Oh, the candelabrum.
The outline in the dust matches the bottom of the candelabrum exactly. I said there's a very strong chance this is where our murderer took it from.
Which would mean the candelabrum was evidence from another case?
It certainly seems likely. That's not our concern right now. The key thing to note is that the murder weapon was taken from the storeroom.
Scientifically speaking, I say this looks like some kind of wooden icebox. Yeah, the chains are probably to stop the cold air from escaping.
I don't mean to contradict you, Emma, but isn't this just a box for storing clothes in? The wood is imbued with a natural repellent that keeps moths away.
Oh, yeah, sure. Guess you can look at it that way too. And keeping your clothes chilled would be nice for the summer, right?
Still not prepared to let go of that particular part of your hypothesis, I see.
It's kind of creepy, all these masks lined up in here in the dark.
Not a fan of horror movies, I take it.
No way! That stuff's so unscientific.
I think you mispronounced terrifying. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. These are all case files from various murders.
What? But why would they be in here?
They should be safely under lock and key at the courthouse or the prosecutor's office, which would suggest that somebody removed them without permission. Something very suspicious is going on here. We need to find out more. There's a selection of masks arranged on the rack here. There's even a steel samurai. An impressively authentic likeness, it is true.
Scientist in me is sensing something strange, though. I like its consistency, you know?
In a sense, that the characters represented here feel like a little haphazard somehow. I don't disagree. There's even an empty space here.
Yeah, just an empty hook, right in the middle.
Simply using that one, perhaps. Okay, this is where I present the mask.
Eureka!
Kay was carrying a Jammy Ninja mask when she was found. But it looks like it might have originally come from this hook.
Scientifically speaking, that doesn't seem like a crazy hypothesis. Which would mean that Caber was really here?
As you put it, it's not a crazy hypothesis. But why?
Did she come to steal something, maybe? There's all kinds of stuff here.
Because she's a great thief who steals the truth, I suppose. No, I think it's too early to jump to any conclusions.
What TV shows are these from?
I don't know the whole lot about it, but I believe it's called the Students of Starry School. It's about an elementary school where the students are all superheroes.
So their masks are modeled on sports safety helmets or something, right? And maybe the number of eyesets tell you their student ID number? So the one on the left would be number 1, and the right is number 2.
I suppose that could be it, yes.
And that would mean a ton of slits for the kids with the highest ID numbers.
I have to admit to being a little intrigued by the show now.
That's Captain Saipan. He's super popular overseas. Everyone loves dressing up like him. Kids, adults, you name it.
I found the fun has had a little excessive myself.
That mask! That's the global hero Onya Coupon.
And why is that so shocking?
You really don't know? Everything about the show is secret. When it's on TV, who makes it? So the merchandise is... Well, the TV, who makes it? So the merchandise is super rare.
It sounds to me like whoever made it may have simply gone out of business.
A bunch of trophies and... Oh look! Somebody's left a walkie-talkie here.
It looks to me it was put there deliberately. Rather, it's on display, to be honest.
Hey, there are batteries in here too. Could be useful. Let's take it with us. No, nobody will mind if we use it for a little while, will they? I can take it to the police station afterward.
Someone's starting to sound like a certain great thief. The statue!
What is it? Got some new data for me?
Not exactly. It's just something from that case I worked on. A piece of evidence. I believe it's called the Alfred statue. And there were 2 of them. A real one and a fake. Whichever one this is, it shouldn't be here of all places.
An old case, huh? Guess it worked on a bunch of different...
Eh?
Gotcha! Comb the earth, red dang tainted. Guiltier than a tomcat covered in cream. Ah!
Ugh, my eyes! Stop it at once!
Ain't no stopping my snapping, not till I got every dang detail and then some. Y'all thinking about letting a bunch of dirty criminals go before I get the shot? Think again. We're not criminals. Yeah, sure. Pull the other one. It's got bells on. This here camera is a weapon of justice. It ain't about to be hornswoggled by your cheap denials.
Oh, it's you.
Huh? You're that low-down dirty jerk of a prosecutor, ain't ya?
Who are you calling low-down dirty jerk? This is Laura Hart, a photojournalist by trade. We crossed paths on a few occasions, especially on that one particular case. She's hard to forget, and even harder to get a word in edgewise with.
Quit making that face, will ya? That's the face of a no-good schemer if I ever saw one.
Seems I didn't leave the best of impressions on her either.
Well, it's payback time, Mr. Schemer. You ought to be thankful all I wanted for you is a couple of pictures. But we're just here to investigate. Sure y'all! If y'all be my investigator, you mean to pull the— Oops, I skipped on accident. Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I thought you might listen to me.
It didn't hurt to try, I guess. But we're probably better off leaving her alone for now.
So, what y'all doing stumbling around a fishy old place like this anyhow?
I think it's us who should be asking you that.
Me? I'm in it for the truth, for the good of society, and for little old me, of course. Well, you might call a photographer for the people. Snapping here, snapping there, snapping every dang where.
I'll just leave you to it then. We can talk to you once you've gotten it out of your system later.
Whoa, that's one heck of a desk. I wonder what it might have belonged to.
There are 4 male figures acting as legs holding up the table in the center. It's hideously cringy. And it doesn't even have the good decency to be camp enough to loop back around.
Is this from one of your old cases too, Mr. Edgeworth?
No, I can't think of anyone related to any of my investigations with such an ostentatiously awful taste. At least, I don't think there was. A piles of banknotes just left out for all to see. A little tasteless, wouldn't you say?
No way, these are all $100 bills. That's a fortune right there. How many years would it take for you to make that much money, Mr. Edgeworth?
Please, Emma, I don't even want to think about it.
What is that giant head thing?
It's the head of the great Mrs. Monkey. I remember the case very well. But how did he even get up here?
Huh? Mrs. Monkey? That doesn't sound right. Are you sure you didn't get the name wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Or misremembered it somehow?
Ugh, don't be ridiculous. As if I may have ever made such a mistake.
Oh boy, this whole experience is enough to boggle a guy's mind. Mysterious storerooms, damsels in distress. It's got the lot.
Could you at least try to take things a little more seriously, Fender?
Hey, I can try. But seriously, I'm keen as to help Kay out as you are. She's safe with me. You go do your thing.
It's not Kay I'm worried about, it's you.
Let's see what we got here. Price tag, lots of money.
They're definitely being sold off. We've seen items of old evidence marked with price tags, along with a huge pile of cash. I think it's pretty clear that somebody has been running an illicit trade in judicial goods.
Shady deals on a hidden 51st floor? This is big. It has to be, right?
I think it might be, but we'll need to investigate a little further yet. We need to find out more about what's going on here.
If only there was an eyewitness we could interview.
An eyewitness, huh? Why exactly are you here, Miss Hart?
Me? I told you. I'm in it for the truth, for the good of society, and for a little on me, of course. I'm a photographer for the people. For the people?
If you won't tell me the real reason you're here, perhaps I can hazard a guess. Somebody was carrying out an illicit police evidence trafficking scheme in this courtroom, storeroom.
Oh, so she's after a juicy story. Makes sense. But how'd y'all figure that out? I guess it means I don't have to tippy-toe around it anymore now. One of my sources told me on the down low about an underground auction.
What? So all the items here
were sold to the highest bidder. Folks were slinging money around like it was gone out of fashion. Had to see it for myself, of course. Get eyes on my subject, you know. Should have heard from the tales of my contact was telling. Taller than 2 trees, or so I thought at first. Anyhow, I wasn't about to write it up based on hearsay alone. So I just there snuck behind this here statue and sold it into weight. Business started last night and carried right on through to the break of dawn.
So the auction and the murder happened on the same night. Coincidence?
Dirty deals in a secret storeroom. Talk about a story.
Was there anything else on the sale apart from the items of evidence in this room?
Sure, there's a regular old stuff too. Shady artworks from who knows where, that kind of thing.
In what way are shady artworks regular anything exactly?
But the evidence was a big draw for sure. Reckon they were selling them faster than the crooks could smuggle them out the cop and prosecutor shops. I bet you got pictures of the whole thing, right, Miss Hart? Well, you see, the main event was down below. I had to try to see what I could from up here.
I've been up here since yesterday. I assume you witnessed the entire auction from start to finish then?
It was an underground affair, like I said, so folks wasn't exactly giving much away. All of them customers came down at one at a time from up on the roof there. Threw on masks just as soon as they got down the ladder, and that ain't all. They had a voice changer doodads on them, see? Teensy tiny ones, dinkier than a bug's behind. It's so you couldn't see their faces and you couldn't hear their real voices. Surreptitious is all had. You mean surreptitious? Right?
Sure, I surely do. Sweet syrup to do.
Also not a word.
Anywho, once they had their gear on, they went right on downstairs. And then came the next one. When it came to leave, they all done the same but in reverse. Up they came again, one by one. Mask back on the hook. Up the ladder and away. Whoa, that's a serious operation.
And how many participants were there?
11 altogether. I counted them when they came down the ladder. I didn't just hide behind the stupid statue the whole time, you know.
You didn't? Then where were you?
Well, I first gotten in here, you know what? That ain't important right now.
So you were hiding behind the statue from the very beginning.
Anywho, I watched them all folks come in from my spine spot and they're in the shadows. I see. So you were watching from behind the statue. They used that there elevator to get down below. And once they were all down there, I snuck up and took me a peek at what's going on.
You mean the elevator remained in the room beneath?
Nah, they sent it back there. But there's a little keyhole if you know where to look. Elevator don't quite sit flush with the floor, you see. And if you bend down and squint just right, you can see the whole shebang.
Did you catch sight of who was in charge?
Alright, sure. Yeah, I guess I did. Ain't half so good a story if you don't get a glimpse of the evil ringleader after all.
I wonder who this ringleader is. I have to ask for some more. You mentioned a ringleader. Can you tell me any more about them?
You also know I came here to get me an exclusive. An exclusive ain't much dang good if you done spilled the beans already.
I see. So you don't actually know anything about them.
You think that's why she won't give us an answer? Makes sense, I guess. You got me. Couldn't see if there was a man or a woman, a kid or an old-timer. Nothing.
What were they wearing? Could you say that at least?
Sure. White jacket, white gloves, and a magenta flower on the lapel. Them three things is what I remember. Well, what's a good description of the outfit if I don't got a clue of who was wearing it? So this ringleader disguised their identity too, just like everybody else? Yes sirree, mask, voice changer, the whole 9 yards.
They were wearing one of the masks? Which one?
Let me see. Oh yeah, this guy, Zurvan.
Zurvan? What kind of name is that?
Seriously, Mr. Edgeworth? You never heard of Zurvan? He's the global Onyakopon's arch nemesis. Who hasn't heard of the Zurvan of the Time Lord?
I think you might be better off asking who has. Sure you didn't get a glimpse of their face at all.
No, I dang well didn't. Which kind of scotches my scoop. This whole mess has been nothing but a simple snipe hunt. I should have never come.
So I'm guessing the outfit was probably put on Rosie. We know of somebody who was dressed like that. Maybe we should try showing that evidence to Miss Hart. You said the ringleader was wearing a white jacket, white gloves, and a magenta flower, correct?
Sure did. Don't ask me why they were dressed up like a peacock on a parade day, but they was.
Is this the outfit you saw?
Well, holy smokes, it sure heck it is. But, wait. So the big cheese is dead?
All we know is that she's the victim in the case we're investigating.
Her name was Rosie Ringer. Do you know her? Nope. So the ringleader was a lady? Well, ain't just that a slipper in the dang deal. Throw me off like that. Oh, oops, I skipped on this one.
I hardly think she did it to fool you specifically. But setting that aside for now, what's important is that we discovered something vital to the case. Namely that the underground auction was chaired by none other than our victim.
So somebody done bumped off the bus, huh? Then that's what was happening.
When what was happening?
Oh, nothing at all. Y'all just going about your business now. No offense, Miss Hart, but that made you sound about 5 times more suspicious. Suspicious about foot. I tell y'all, it's nothing. And you won't get nothing more out of me than that.
Wait, so there is more.
How many damn times am I gonna tell you? It ain't nothing, okay? And I ain't saying nothing out of the way. Aw, can you just tell us a little more, please? I'll tell you this, okay? I'm a journalist, a news hound, a scoop hunter, you hear? Exclusive articles go out, money comes in. That's how the game is played. Tell you more? Heck, I done told you all too much already. Wait, what if I, examine some fingerprints for you? Pro bono? What kind of cockamamie thank you is that? I'd sooner get a tooth pulled. You want intel? You go dig it up yourselves. Just like I had to. Okay, guess she isn't going to talk to either of us.
Oh, she will. I'll handle things from here, Emma. There's a certain technique I find useful when dealing with difficult customers such as her. She may not give up the information voluntarily, but that doesn't mean that she can't be persuaded to. Mind chess, baby. Domain expansion. Mind chess. Let's start by observing our opponent.
I ain't telling y'all nothing, you hear? Now quit wasting my time before I really blow a fuse.
As we've seen, she's very quick-tempered. She'll try to cut the conversation dead whenever possible. I won't have much time to think, so I'll need to be swift and decisive. Miss Hart is definitely hiding something from me. So my first move is to discover what that something is. You're in my domain, bitch. I need you to tell me everything you know, and don't you dare leave anything out.
Go jump in a tree, you big bully. Why should I tell you about anything? You don't got nothing to do with me, nor me with you neither.
I don't have a clue as to how to proceed with this line of questioning. I better try another tack. I can see you're a little agitated, Miss Hart. Let's calm down and try to talk reasonably.
I am calm, dang you. At least the ways I will be just as soon as you'll quit yanking my dang chain. That's better. Being a news hound's about keeping a cool head no matter what the world throws at you, see?
Speaking of news hounds, this might interest you. I met one a few days ago. She was very hungry. She was a very hungry young reporter indeed. A reporter with a very particular turn of phrase. Similar to your own, in fact.
Oh yeah? She smelled like me, huh? Guess that could be someone I know.
Her name is Tabby Lloyd. And if I had closed my eyes, I could have believed I was listening to you. She told me about something she called the Chief. She was talking about you, wasn't she?
Oh, so y'all met Tabby, huh? Well, ain't that something? Where'd y'all bump into her? Where did y'all bump into her? She's a great kid, reckon. Wait. Oh, no, you don't. You ain't got any on my good side bringing her into this, you sneaky snake. Oh, you nearly had me, too.
Interesting. Talking about Miss Lloyd seemed to make her lower her guard a little. I think we could use that to our advantage. I need you to tell me everything you know, and don't you dare leave anything out.
Go jump in a crate, you big bully. Why should I tell you anything? You don't got nothing to do with me. No, me with you neither.
Time to deploy my clue. I don't have anything to do with you? That's a little unkind, don't you think? After all, I know your apprentice. I know her pretty well, in fact.
Yeah? Well, guess it does seem kind of cold of me to say that if you know her pretty good. Wouldn't want the poor kid thinking I got a rat's behind.
Good. Then you tell us what you know?
Fine. See, it's like this. Tell me a Wait, what am I thinking? Dang it, Lada, you can't go in letting bamboozle you that easy.
What was that about a screw?
Forget it. It was nothing.
You were on your way to school! How embarrassing. A professional journalist making a careless slip of the tongue. You have a scoop, don't you? Now tell me what it is!
Ah! Alright, I got me a scoop. A big one. But I can't just go blamming about it to y'all. I got bills to pay.
She may be hiding something very important. I have to get it out of her somehow. We need to know the details of the scoop. She's quick to anger, but she's also quick to let key information slip. Now that we know that, the rest shouldn't be too hard. Let's see what we can get out of her. This scoop of yours, does it have something to do with the auction?
You know what? I clean forget.
But you tried to infiltrate an underground auction. It only stands to reason that you observed something. Otherwise, what would you have to write about?
I don't know what to tell you. I didn't hear nothing.
If you didn't hear the sound of nothing, does that mean you did hear the sound of something? Something during your time in this room?
Well, see, it was nothing really. Just a little noise is all. Wouldn't even make it page 16. Forget I mentioned it.
So something happened during the auction. Something that made a noise of some kind. This could be a valuable clue. Your big scoop involves something criminal in nature, doesn't it?
Meh. Might be you did. Might be you didn't.
Which is it? This is important.
Alright. You don't gotta holler at me like that. I ain't done nothing shameful or nothing. Just snuck in and did some undercover reporting. Sound treatment, huh? Well, two can play that game.
Perhaps a little more proactivity is called for. Fuck. Miss Hart is very quick-tempered. She'll try to cut the conversation dead whenever possible. I need to be swift and decisive, okay? I'll be the judge of whether your actions were shameful or not. An unlawful entry into private property is very shameful indeed. In fact, a crime. It's a crime. Oh man, I don't got a lot of time.
Hey, you did the exact same thing, genius! Oh, but I guess you're a prosecutor, huh? You're allowed to do stuff like that.
Let's not mention the fact that I handed him my badge, shall we?
Still, I don't... it don't go on amount to a whole hill of beans, right? There's all folks that done way worse. Murder, for one. Next to murder, trespassing ain't hardly nothing.
No, fuck, I clicked the wrong one, no!
You realize you don't know? I fucked up.
Ah, damn it!
No, because I had so little time, I thought I was clicking. I should have clicked the second option. Fuck.
I don't got time for your hogs. Well, that's it. I'm out of here. Fuck.
Ow! Curses! Damn it! I was so low in time! I can give up now. I have to keep pushing. Alright, once more until the breach. Because I had so little time. Motherfucker. Alright. Yes, da. From your mutterings about a murder just now, I gather that your scoop has something to do with a homicide.
Nah, I was just talking all hypothetical like. You know, about a murder being big one and all. Ain't nothing worse than murder.
Not the most skillful evasion I've heard in my career.
Look, I done told you, okay? I suck into the auction. I'll cop to that. But murder? I don't know nothing about no murder. Ain't seen nothing, ain't heard nothing. Scout's honor.
Time to deploy my clue. You told me you heard something during the auction. You claimed it wasn't important, but it must have been. Otherwise, why remember it? I think it was something very memorable indeed. In fact, I believe it was the cry of a murder victim.
Ah! How do you keep doing that? Alright, it's true. I wound up smack dab in the middle of a murder scene. But only by accident. And that's all you're getting out of me. There'll be no scoop left otherwise.
The murder Miss Hart witnessed. It must be the same murder we ourselves have been investigating. That should prove to be a very valuable piece of information indeed. Perhaps we should finish up by confirming the credibility of our claim. I have her on the back foot now. Time to finish this. I need you to describe the murder in detail. It's vitally important.
Wish I could help y'all, but I don't recall a whole bunch. Ain't much I can tell you. Sorry. I mean, look at me. Can't even get my facts straight half the time.
I don't have a clue as to how to proceed with this line of questioning. I better try another tack. You said you wound up in the middle of a murder scene. Is that really true?
You're calling me a liar now? Ooh-wee, and now I'm mad. Real mad.
Go ahead, stay mad.
I'm a journalist. How am I gonna sell stories if folks can't trust that I'm telling the truth? I got me a motto, you know? Faster than anybody. Honester than anybody.
A motto, huh? That could be an important clue. I should bear that in mind.
Alright, there we go.
I can't imagine that being so vague on the facts is a trait valued among journalists. Surely accuracy and honesty are what's necessary to when reporting on a story.
Ah, well, see?
It seems your so-called information is not credible after all.
Look, there was a murder, and I was there. I can't even prove it.
No. You can prove it, can you? How?
I've got it right. Wait, you heard that? I was just talking to myself. Don't think nothing of it.
She's still hiding something. This is a very vital clue. I'll need to use it to maximum effect. Be honest, Miss Hart. I know there's something you're not telling me. You're still not telling me.
Ain't nothing left to tell, dang it. I done spilled my guts already.
Time to deploy my clue. I know you've been keeping something from me, and that something is proof. Proof related to the murder you witnessed. Proof sounded enough to form the basis of a story you're hoping to sell.
Ah! Dang it all to heck. Give me a break, will ya? I'll come clean, okay? If that's what you want, right? Here, I done snapped me a photo. Happy now? You better be.
And that's checkmate, bitch.
Can't believe I let that happen. Betrayed by my own big mouth.
Well, it happened. So it's time to tell us everything.
I saw the whole thing. Watched that auction from start to finish. But you didn't just watch it, right? You took pictures too. Yeah, about that. So like I said, I was spying on the whole thing right from the get-go. They were shouting out bids, then somebody I'd win, then something, and BAM! Down comes the hammer. Head on upstairs and pay, shouts the old ringleader, and then the whole thing starts over again. Anyhow, as soon as that happened, I had to think quick. That's when I ran behind the statue and hid.
And who was it that eventually appeared?
Didn't see nothing, but I heard something that made me pretty sure it was whoever placed the winning bid. That sweet, sweet sound of cold hard cash.
I'm not sure I have any idea what that sounds like. The sound of someone counting bills, perhaps?
And who the deal was, you send your bills up here. I heard two people yabbering for a little while.
Wait, so two people came up on the elevator?
You betcha. My guess is the other one was our friend the ringleader. Anyway, yabber on it goes for a little while, and then, a scream! That shook me up pretty good, so I hunkered down in my hiding place and tried to stay out of sight.
So you didn't see the moment of the murder?
Nah, but I heard it real good. You didn't try to help whoever's being attacked? Quit trying to be funny, girlie. It don't suit you none. I'm just a dainty little journalist on the lonesome. You think I was fixing to jump and save the day?
Dainty?
Anyhow, then there was a bunch of rustling sounds. Right about when that was happening, I got a feeling pretty bad about what I've done. That makes sense, I guess. After all, you didn't. I don't remember to get out my camera and snap even a single picture. Scoop like that drops right in my lap and I miss it. Somebody ought to tear my hide. Anyhow, then a little more time goes by and there's this kind of clattering noise. I'm there thinking, gotta get this shot this time, and so I grab one real quick from the shadows in there.
Could we see this photograph?
Oh, do I have to? Yeah.
That's
the person in the red raincoat! The one who attacked Kay!
So Kay's raincoat assailant also attacked the victim here in the storeroom, then proceeded up the roof where they assaulted Kay? There's only one person in this picture. Where's the victim?
Weird, huh? I wondered the same thing.
I heard 2 people, but there was only 1 in the shot I got. And I didn't see nobody else in the room, neither. But that's the killer, alright? At least the ways I'm pretty sure it is.
So are we saying that the victim disappeared? How did you know there was the killer just by looking?
Because there's literally a red hand. They're literally red-handed with blood. How else would that get there, huh? And the auction just carried on after that? Sure did. They ran right along like nothing had happened. Rich folks is crazier than a box of frogs. I understand how they think.
Funny, I find journalists struggle to understand as well. Is there anything else I need to investigate?
You said this statue was a piece of evidence from an old case of yours, right? It's pretty weird looking, you have to say.
It's known as the Alfred statue.
The what?
The Alfred statue.
But it says that it's called the Alfred statue. Alfred?
Huh? What are you muttering about?
Oh, nothing. Let's just carry on looking around. Let's carry on looking around, shall we?
Yeah, because I could have sworn it was called the Alfred statue, not the Alfred statue. I don't believe there's anything more to be found here.
Oh.
If the storeroom was the actual scene of the crime, then you'd expect the body to have been up here at some point as well.
Huh? Well, yeah.
But think back to what Miss Hart told us about how the customers left the auction. Do you remember?
Of course. They came out from downstairs, back to the store and room and... Oh.
Exactly. The killer would have had to hide the body in order to avoid its discovery. The question is, where did they hide it? Emma, would you mind putting your skills to work for me now?
I'd love to. You just say what you need and I'll get right on it.
Very well. Then I'd like you to check for blood residue. A luminol test, in other words.
Sure thing. Prepare to witness the power of science.
I've never seen somebody's eyes actually sparkle with anticipation before.
Alright, how about we test the ladder over there first? Based on Miss Hart's picture, I'd say the person in the red raincoat was about to climb it and make it their escape, which means there's high chance of a positive result. To test an area, just press space. I'll spray a little luminol on it. And if it happens to land on some blood, you'll see a reaction like this. Ugh, still feels super raw to see it just appear like that. Anyway, that's a positive. I'd still faint. Spraying a couple more times should be enough to really make it stand out. Yeah, that brought it out nicely, and it made it feel that much more real. Anyway, I think you got it just about to look for blood traces now, right? I'm sure there's still some more to be found, so why don't you give it a try? And that's how it's done. Take a good look around and see if you can find some other places to test with luminol.
Well, she heard rattling nearby, so I assumed the body was put in this chest.
You wanna test here? Just spray the luminol in any place suspicious.
And bingo.
Mr. Edgeworth, blood!
But how could that have gotten there?
Maybe somebody put something with blood on it in there? There's still places we haven't tested yet. Let's see what else we can find. You want to test there? Sorry, it's a negative. You want to test there? Sorry, negative. Alright. You want to test there? Just spray some luminol in any place suspicious. got something.
We got a positive. There's blood here. But how come?
Probably because this is where the murder was actually committed, I'd say.
Oh, looks like there's some of it dripped through the first floor below too.
Oh, that's where the blood spill was coming from. It probably landed on the statue. Or in front of the statue.
I think that's all the blood there is to be found.
Alright, and that concludes this phase of our investigation. Blood in the clothes box can only mean one thing. That this is where the body was hidden. I'm certain of it.
I wonder who won the box in the auction.
I haven't the foggiest. Still, it's a very helpful discovery.
Now you just hold your horses there. There's no way a body could have been in there.
What do you mean?
I took a look at that there box when I first got in here. It looked to be just about the perfect size for a little hide and go seek if the need arose. And maybe it would have been if I couldn't have opened it. But it was wrapped in chains and locked up tight. And I ain't no escapologist. Murder happened just a little after I scoped it out. So can't nobody have put no body in there.
Wrapped in chains is locked up tight, you say? That's odd, because it doesn't look to be wrapped in chains any longer.
Huh? Well, slap my hand and call me silly. Could have sworn it was, though.
Well, the killer probably had the means to remove it. I think we've examined all we can now.
Great! Time to see what's waiting down below.
Shaking leg already, are we, Mars? Okie dokie. Hey, K-Meister.
Yes, Mr. Fender?
We're about ready to move out, so I want you to stick with me, okay? Can't have you getting lost.
Of course. I'll be sure to stay close.
Where did those two start getting along so well? Alright, down we go. Down the witch's well.
April 5th, 7:43 p.m. Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. Chamber.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh, so it was held here. This room.
This is the auction room? No, this is the committee chamber.
Way to drop right into my lap, K. Faraday. You've got real guts, I'll give you that. Arrest her, men! Arrest her right now!
Wait, but she's...
As for the rest of the riff-raff, throw them out to the streets where they belong.
She's snapping photos of them.
We can't do this. This is going way overboard.
Yeah, what she said.
Mars, this is looking good, I gotta say.
See how the blinding light of justice shines on me. Howie!
What did I do?
You'll have to forgive me. I mean to hit a certain cowardly ex-prosecutor.
You weren't aiming for him. You weren't aiming straight at me.
Something keeps getting in my way. Something.
Ah!
Right there.
Francisca?
So, what are you doing here, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor?
I still believe Kay to be innocent.
If we're supposed to care what you believe, you no longer have the right to an opinion. I am Francisca von Karma. I have no intention of stopping here or now. But you chose to stop by giving up your badge, and so oops, I skipped an accident.
Oops.
So our game has already come to an end. Okay.
My badge was an obstacle to proceeding along the road I've chosen. I haven't stopped. I simply cleared the way ahead. And now I'm free to follow that road. All the way to the truth. So don't you think for the second that my conviction has changed. I'm every bit as dedicated as I ever was.
You seem to think you know what lies at the end of this road to truth. In that case, I demand that you show me. I'll explain my current theory first,
And if your road fails to lead anywhere, my whip will happily guide it.
Hold on, I'm just gonna go get a drink. Okay, I'm back. Francesca's current theory.
The victim used her keycard and entered this chamber with the killer. She was then stabbed with the candelabrum by the culprit and subsequently died as a result. We know the identity of the murderer thanks to these letters she exchanged with the victim. And we know the location of the murder is here in the committee trial's chamber. The blood on the floor of this room proves my theory. Game, set, and match. Miles Edgeworth, QED. She seems pretty confident, huh?
She doesn't lack the courage of her convictions, that's for certain. And I gotta say, I can take that vibe. I can even give her a hard feeling.
Pathetic. Well, Miles Edgeworth, do you think you can bring my case crashing down around my ears? If you really found zero to this truth, perhaps you'd be so kind as to point me toward it.
I'll be very happy to. Settle in, Francesca. I'm about to pave that road with the incontrovertible evidence.
Yeah, I think I already found the contradiction. Okay, we know the location of the murder is here.
Hold it!
Before I do, you can prove that the murder happened here in the committee chamber, I suppose.
I found Karma as perfect in every way. Or did you forget that when you handed in your badge?
Hold it!
Has the blood been analyzed to see who it belongs to?
It has, and unsurprisingly, it was confirmed to be that of the victim.
And has it occurred to you that where it was found may not be where the murder in fact took place?
How quickly you forget, Miles Edgeworth. Evidence is everything in the courtroom. So please, present your proofs that the murder occurred elsewhere. Or kindly stand down.
Proof that the murder occurred elsewhere, huh? This isn't a courtroom, but doesn't mean I can't give her the evidence she so clearly desires.
She makes a pretty watertight argument, huh?
Perhaps, but she doesn't know that what we know.
You're right. We got a certain scientific discovery up our sleeves.
And that discovery will show to the road I found the truth.
Okay, so where do I present it then? Do I present the third or fourth statement? Oh no, the fourth or fifth statement.
Objection!
Okay, I'm supposed to present it to the fifth statement.
Yeah, this is presented here. Sometimes it's not super clear. There we go. Sometimes it's not super clear on where you're supposed to present it.
If I remember correctly, the blood discovered in this room was located at the foot of the goddess Justice statue.
No matter as is the case of the divine, a brazen act even for a cold-blooded killer.
Except that may not be true at all. Take a look at this if you would. It's a blood stain we discovered in the storeroom directly above the committee chamber. As you can see, the blood we found looks to have dripped through the room to the room below. And the elevator it dripped down from.
Descends directly to the foot of the statue.
Ah, you notice. Then you will agree that the murder cannot in fact have happened in this room. I put it to you that the victim was killed in the room above, and only afterward was she moved down here. The goddess of justice did not witness a murder. She witnessed the killer trying to cover their tracks. Why is she smiling?
Sorry, I was just thinking back to a very similar situation. Well done, Miles Edgeworth. You've proven yourself to be even more foolish than I thought.
Mr. Edgeworth is anything but a fool, sir, and you know it.
Have you forgotten the picture you just showed me? Are you really that airheaded? Even a cursory glance shows that there was far more blood here in the committee's chambers than upstairs.
Ouch. Whipped and ignored again. No!
You're trying to tell me that all of the blood dripped down from above, Mr. Miles Edgeworth? If it had, your storeroom stain would need to be 10 times as big. I see the murder happened down here. There's no way it could have happened anywhere else.
Huh. As insightful as ever, Francisco. But you played right into my hands.
How so?
You are correct. There is far less blood upstairs than one would expect. The question is, why?
A trifling detail in the face of my previous explanation.
Alas, your explanation doesn't account for why there was blood in the storeroom in the first place. Surely you don't think there's some spatter managed to shoot itself all the way up there, do you?
Wow, like some crazy fountain of blood? No way.
No way indeed. It's completely impossible. So how about this? What if this explains the difference in the amount of blood observed? There was far more blood in the committee chamber than in the storeroom, because the weapon was removed here. The victim died of 3 stab wounds, wounds that would have bled profusely.
Exactly, as proven by the amount of blood we found on the floor of this room.
But that doesn't make any sense. Not if she was stabbed in the storeroom. You said there was so much blood up there already. Ah!
Silence, you half-baked, hair-brained rookie.
Hey, hair-brained is a little. Ah!
A stab wound bleeds heaviest at one particular point in time.
Oh, I know. When the weapon is removed, right?
Precisely. I believe the body was brought down to the committee chamber with the candelabrum still in its chest, and then, when it was finally removed, it created the difference in amount of blood we see between the two locations.
But why? What was the killer trying to do?
I imagine they were trying to give the impression that the murder happened down here. As we know, Miss Ringer's keycard was used late last night. Judging by the time listed in the record, I hazard a guess that it was used by the killer when they entered the room to create their elaborate setup.
But why was they having to do all of this in the first place?
Perhaps because a person with a face to hide would fear the storeroom being found in the investigation. If they were being involved with the underground auction, they couldn't have afforded to have their dirty secret exposed.
Underground auction?
You should take a look at the storeroom for yourself. The items up there tell quite a story. One that should more than explain what was going on here last night.
It's almost indeeding, Miles Edgeworth. How desperately you want to protect your friend.
There's something just beneath the surface that beneath the surface this case, something bigger than all of us. And Kay's only crime was to have the bad fortune to fall right into the middle of it.
That's quite the hyperbolic claim, Miles Edgeworth.
Hyperbolic? Me? Surely you're the one who's making a mountain out of my perfectly reasonable molehill. You're working with Interpol on international cases, so why are you investigating on a domestic murder? I'll tell you why. Because this case has something to do with the smuggling ring you've been chasing. You followed the trail of items being smuggled by the ring and wound up here. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me that the something I sense isn't related to any of this.
I'm very happy to learn that you giving up your badge didn't completely relieve your senses. Scruffy here told me about the circumstances that led up to that, by the way.
Sorry, sir. I just thought it might help to know.
You did the right thing, Detective. So am I right, Francisca? Is this incident part of the broader case you're working? Was the underground auction already on Interpol's radar?
Wouldn't you like to know? But you don't need to, and so you won't.
Then you knew, didn't you? That the auction was being held here in this chamber.
Hey, y'all mind if I run in for a second? Your victim over there, the lady in the white. You! Hey, let a gal finish, will ya? No good butting in the pain you know what, in the you know what. Ouch! Well, this lamp sure ain't changed her spots. Your testimony is not required, and neither is your presence. What do you mean? I'm a journalist. You get ow! You're a liar is what you are. You lied under the oath that one time. Seems like Miss Von Charm is none too fond of Miss Hart, huh?
I don't think she's her biggest fan, no.
What's she called? Ringer, right? She was a member of this here committee. Well, she dressed exactly like the ringleader out there in the stop it! Stop whipping me, dang it! What is the meaning of this interruption, Miles Edgeworth? Explain!
Miss Hart here helped us out by describing how the auctioneer was dressed. And it seems they were wearing the exact same outfit as the victim, Miss Rosie Ringer.
But that's what I mean! That the victim was also the ringleader!
No, how about we scout the sir?
It seems I have some new information to consider. It's true that I came here to investigate the underground auction, and to arrest the head of the operations, the auctioneer.
Francisca randomly whipping people will never not be funny to me. Yeah, same.
But if Miss Hart is to be believed, the ringleader is dead. I guess that means your journey here today was wasted.
I suppose it does. Nonetheless, I, Francisca von Karma, refused to leave empty-handed. Time for a rematch, Miles Edgeworth.
Fine by me. But you may find that your whip will go sorely underused this round.
Francisca says theory.
Fine, I accept your little explanation, but what would make the storeroom the actual scene of the crime, yes? In which case, the murderer is someone connected to the auction. And if the photographer is to be believed, the victim was the auctioneer, and the culprit was an attendee. The killer lay in wait for the victim in the storeroom where the exchange of illicit goods was to take place. Then they stabbed the victim in the chest with a piece of merchandise, the candelabrum. There, does that about sum it up? Because I won't be accepting rebuttals.
I'm afraid you might have to. There's a serious hole in your testimony.
There is? I didn't spawn any. Good thing you're the one in charge here, Mr. Edgeworth. Alright then, time to fight back. You have to win this for us.
And I will. Time to take Francisca's testimony to task.
Yeah, just gonna relook at the evidence. Yeah, just one of the merchandise. And where's held in the big building? Cases, 11 attendees worked all together, all wearing masks. Auction continued even after the murder occurred. Alright.
So you believe that the victim and the ringleader were one and the same?
I do, and the murderer was.
Why are you asking her this? You just said the exact same thing yourself, dummy.
So I did, but I was merely confirming Francisca's reasoning in order to—
Oh, don't give me that horse feed. You get caught saying something stupid, you might as well get a little laugh and move on with your day.
The murderer was one of the auction attendees.
What? You don't got a note for our friend here after our little performance of his?
Of course, assuming that our friend, the photographer's word can be trusted.
I can't quite tell if they're in love or hate one another.
Anyway, the more relevant point here is how the culprit actually carried out their plan.
Hold it!
How exactly did they manage that, may I ask? Miss Hart was in the storeroom too, remember?
Yes, hiding someplace. And if you've seen the storage room yourself, you'll know that there are plenty of places to hide too.
So you're saying the killer was hiding out of sight while they awaited the victim's arrival?
I believe we can easily see that the murder took place after the auction had concluded. After all, the victim was the auctioneer herself. She was surely needed to be present throughout the proceedings.
She thinks it happened afterward. Well, that's not what Lotta Hart's testimony has to say. Would you mind adding that statement to your testimony, Francisca? It seems you're one step behind yet again, Francisca.
How so?
The auctioneer was not in fact the victim, and I can prove it. This is the statement Miss Hart gave us.
Well, she made it. It's not worth the air she used to say it.
I told ya, I'm a journalist, dang nabbit, my word is ow!
Did I ask for you to open your mouth?
Double ouch!
Objection!
Calm down and listen for a second, Francisca. Miss Hart witnessed at least some of the events surrounding the murder, and she confirmed that the auction continued even after the murder had occurred.
You bet it did. Went right on like nothing happened at all.
How would that have been possible without an auctioneer? It wouldn't. So you see, the victim could have been the auctioneer. Couldn't have been the auctioneer. She was one of the attendees.
No!
As I've been saying since the start, there's no way Kay can be the murderer, because she had been pushed down the hatch by her assailant and knocked unconscious by that time. So then, who was the victim really?
Right, well, if the auction carried on after the murder,
The victim must not have been the auctioneer, but an attendee.
that's enough.
I know that sound all too well.
Order in the courtroom. All rise for the chairman.
Oh, there is no need for all that pomp and circumstance, Verity. Please, everyone, feel free to call me Celsius. Yes, I'll do nicely.
Alright, Celsius, what are you doing here?
Oh, I just stopped by to see how my boneheaded boy was getting along. They say there are all sorts of families, but I'm not sure these two are what they meant. I thought I might need to light a fire under this investigation, but it seems not. The suspect everyone's searching high and low for is right back where we started.
Men, detain the suspect immediately.
Wait, Miss Faraday is innocent.
Shut your meddling mouth! You're becoming something of a problem, Miles, my boy. I thought I told you. The committee wants this matter cleared up as soon as possible. It's a matter of trust. We can't have our organization seen to drag its feet. It's bad for us, and it's bad for me, too. Personally, sorry. It must be my age.
Who names their child Excelsius? Just asking the race of victim of Valen for real? Yeah. Yeah. Your unlawful investigation ends here, and it will not be permitted to resume. In case you have forgotten, you are no longer a prosecutor. You have no authority here. And what's more, there is the matter of you aiding and abetting a suspect. She's right, of course. And as always, you really are a godsend, Verity.
Everything I do knowingly. If you wish to prosecute me for it, be my guest, but know this. We have uncovered a new suspect. This person here. Miss Faraday was attacked by this
You can stop right there, Mr. Edgeworth. The raincoat in your picture was discovered nearby a short while ago. The victim's blood was found on the hood, with some cherry blossom petals.
Cherry blossom petals, like the one on the roof.
Yes, they were stuck to the edges of the bloodstain, probably due to the blood being fresh at the time.
The results came back already, my boy, so there's no mistaking it. The person in your picture is the victim, Miss Rosie Ringer. What? No! This completely undermines our entire case! All of our assumptions were based on the person in the red raincoat being the killer. But if they were the victim instead, then Kay remains at the top of the suspect list.
Miss Faraday, you testified to having encountered a person in a red raincoat up on the roof, correct? Yes, I did. We now know that the person was the murder victim, and you are the only person we know who came into contact with her. Since one of you wound up dead, I think we all know how that encounter went.
Objection!
No, Kay was attacked by that person. She is the victim here, not the aggressor.
As far as I recall, we have yet to see any evidence that proves she was attacked as you claim. And even if such proof existed, Miss Ringer could simply have been acting in self-defense.
Well, you can't just jump into conclusions like that. Kay is innocent.
But I'm not.
Kay?
I'm not innocent. I don't want to believe it, but I remembered something. Hearing about the raincoat brought it back. It was just a flash, but I remember what I saw now, right when it happened. The murderer, it was me. I remember looking down and the person in the red raincoat was on the ground. It was me, Mr. Edgeworth. It was me all along. I'm the murderer. I'm the murderer!
No, you're not. You can't be.
Then what am I? Why do I have a memory like that? There on the floor in front of me, there was a pool of blood. Why was I just standing there? Why didn't I do something? I know why. It's because I was the killer. This court recognizes the legitimacy of the accused's memories.
What? But you say you didn't believe it like 5 minutes ago.
I commend you on your bravery, Miss Faraday. It will go unrewarded. Praise be the goddess of justice for her many blessings.
Objection!
As an official representative of Interpol, I hereby request that the suspect be...
We don't have time for this. We must arrest Kay Faraday this instant.
How dare you take that tone with me?
This is a gross overreach of authority. I demand that you give us more time to investigate. You say my investigation is unlawful. What could be more unlawful than this?
Unfortunately, you no longer speak for the law.
Indeed you don't, but I do. And while I can't help but be moved by your dedication to your friend, I have to agree with Verity.
Speaking of the law, it seems there is one other we must arrest.
Ah yes, I almost forgot. Miles.
What are you talking about? Mr. Edgeworth is just doing his job. He didn't do anything wrong.
Well, more like doing a job that I don't have.
He wasn't doing squat. By which I mean to say, unfortunately, Miles is no longer serving in any kind of official capacity.
You went too far this time, Mr. Edgeworth. You conducted an unlawful investigation. Worse, you aided and abetted the flight of a suspect. You are no longer an even exit prosecutor. You are a criminal. Nothing more.
Narr. Oh, that reminds me. There was supposed to be a hearing today, wasn't there? Concerning your conduct. I'll make sure it's officially rescheduled for tomorrow. Although, I fear I already know the outcome. Look at this. As an opportunity to reflect on your actions, Miles. A chance to really think long and hard.
Edgeworth won't survive a day in prison, this can't be. This court is adjourned. Damn, to be continued. And I'm in the detention center.
April 6th, detention center, holding cell.
Never thought I'd spend another night in here again. And they stripped me of all the evidence we so painstakingly gathered. Even if they did let me keep Even if they did let me keep Kei's Yatagarasu pen, I can't help but worry about her. I better be treating her well. The murderer.
The murderer. It was me. I remember looking down and the person in the red raincoat was on the ground. It was me, Mr. Edgeworth. It was me all along. I'm the murderer. I'm the murderer.
Come on, let's go. You got a visitor. A visitor? Who? Someone by the name of Dick Gumshoe. Want me to send him away? No. Well, I'm not sure what to even say to him.
Well, technically this isn't Edgeworth's first time in the detention center, so yeah, because in the first Phoenix Wright game, he was framed for murder, so he was put into the detention center as a suspect. So yeah.
Wait there. Huh? They're leaving me here unsupervised.
Forgive the intrusion.
Forgive the intrusion.
Judge Gavelle?
Please, Mr. Edgeworth. Take a seat.
What are you doing here? I was told it was Detective Gumshoe.
I imagined you wouldn't come if you knew it was me.
What could she possibly want from me now? I suppose I better find out.
You may not be aware of this, but you are only permitted to meet with specifically approved visitors.
So I'm to be treated like a dangerous criminal, am I? I suppose my reputation has rather plummeted.
It has indeed. For you, of course, and your friends. That attorney and the other girl were raising quite the fuss earlier.
Fender and Emma.
I saw them launch some extremely heated words at one of the guards.
No, you didn't.
You may thank the goddess in that regard, for even she is too busy to deal with each and every infraction. They will not be punished for their bad behavior.
Did you come here just to chit-chat with me? You must have a lot of time on your hands.
Oh, speaking of which, Miss Von Karma is continuing the investigation where you left off. I just thought you would like to know. I just thought you would like to know. I figured you would be worried about how they were all doing.
I hate to admit it, but she read me like a fucking book. What are you doing here? Let's cut to the chase, Your Honor. Why are you really here?
I'm here to simply talk, nothing more. There's something I wish to know about you.
Me?
Yes. Who else? Objectively speaking, you are highly intelligent and quick-witted. And a born prosecutor at that.
Please, Judge Gavelle, your sarcastic praise is but salt on my wounds.
But I sincerely mean every word, Mr. Edgeworth, and this is why I fail to understand you. Take this latest case, for example. You were up against the very committee itself. You had no hope of succeeding. Even a child could have seen that, and yet...
I don't imagine the old me would have ever been so reckless. The old me had power, and because of that, I thought that justice was always on my side. Just as you and the committee believe now. But a certain person changed my mind. He made me reckon with my selfish and skewed sense of justice. And once the scales had fallen from my eyes, I began to look at people differently. I saw that I was only able to be an effective prosecutor thanks to the efforts of those around me. Detective Gumshoe, the many investigative officers of the force, and even Kay. It changed me. The degree to which it changed me still surprises me to this day.
I see. Thank you. I feel that perhaps I understand you a little better now.
You understand me? I hardly doubt it. Someone who is so focused on forcing their idea of justice onto others can't possibly see what I see.
Is that so? Is that what you truly believe? I will say one thing. This has been a very interesting conversation. That is all. Before I go, there is one remaining matter. I was asked to inform you that your date of your hearing has been confirmed. It will be held today in the trial chamber. The committee sends its warmest regards.
If that was all you had to tell me, you could have just sent a message.
And I trust the goddess's words to another. That wouldn't do now, would it? Until then, Mr. Edgeworth, I'll see you again very shortly.
April 6, Detention Center. Holding cell.
There's a poster in the corridor outside. We regret to announce that due to the warden's arrest, the Die of Destiny game will be discontinued. Inmates will no longer need to roll die every morning to determine their meals for the day. We wholeheartedly apologize to those who were looking forward to their daily casting of the die. Did anyone really need an apology for the cessation of a ridiculous idea in the first place? I barely spent any time in here, and already I can feel my personal appearance slipping. I may have given up my badge, but I mustn't give up on myself. My collar! It's slightly creased! There. A tidy outside begets a tidy inside, which is why it's more important now than ever to take care of myself. There's a menu here on the table. It seems that detainees are able to pay to have their meals brought to their cells. What looks good? Spaghetti and mac and cheese lunch. Add linguine for only $1. Basmati and brown rice special for a limited time only, and add regular white rice at no extra cost. It's probably for the best that I'm not very hungry. A very basic bed. I can tell it was very comfortable to sleep on, however. I imagine Detective Gumshoe would sleep soundly on it nevertheless, loudly snoring all the while. I suppose we'll probably never get it to work together again. But I don't have any regrets about the bed I've made. I will follow on my own path to the end. Do I have another visitor? Kay!
Oh,
Thank goodness you seem alright. That's a load off my mind.
such a heartwarming scene. It's enough to make a grown man cry.
But you're still not your usual cheery... you have to stay positive, Kay. You didn't do anything wrong. In fact, I guarantee you didn't.
No, you have to let it go. I'm the murderer. I know that now.
But you're not. You can't be. Why don't you have any faith in yourself?
How can I, Mr. Edgeworth, when there is no me left to believe in?
Not at all. I don't think that's true. Before you lost your memory, we spent quite a bit of time together, and I dare say you left quite the impression on me. So you see, there's still plenty of you left. That's why I believe so much in your innocence, and why you should believe in yourself too.
Thank you, but I can't. It would just cause more pain for the both of us. Please, you have to forget her. Forget that, Kay. she's gone.
Kay, no!
You remind me of my younger self, you know. So noble, so bold.
This is the justice you and the committee stand for?
Justice? I suppose you could call it that.
What is he up to? Why is he going to such lengths to control everything? I can't shake the feeling that something is very wrong here. Is there some hidden agenda at play? Ugh, there's no time to second-guess myself. If I'm going to find out what it is, it's now or never.
Well then, my boy, I suppose I should be...
Wait! Why is the chairman so intent on seeing Kay charged with this murder? It doesn't make any sense! There must be some rhyme or reason to this madness.
Come now, Miles. I'm a busy, important man. I can't be wasting my precious time talking to you.
The only way out of our current predicament is through Chairman Winner. There's so much to ask in so little time. I'll start by trying to find out why he's rushed to have Kay arrested so quickly. Time to get him in my domain! I can't just let this happen. I'm getting answers if it's the last thing I do. Why were you so keen to push through Kay's arrest? I've yet to hear a satisfactory explanation.
An explanation? I'm not entirely sure what you mean.
Don't give me that! You know exactly what I mean!
Tut tut. I advise you to moderate your tone, dear boy. Need I remind you of your position? And suppose we did let your friend go free. What then?
What do you mean by what do you mean what then?
Think how that would look, my boy. And who would have to take the blame? Me. That's who.
I've got you now! Oh, okay, I think I was supposed to bide my time.
What are you going on about all by your lonesome over there? You need to cut the old man like me some slack. I can't keep up with all that youthful energy.
Curses! I should have picked my words more carefully. I can't just let this happen. Okay.
You're right to keep your mouth shut. That way you won't say anything foolish.
Sorry, but I can't stay silent forever. Not while Kay's innocence is still in doubt.
Haas, you're breaking my heart. Just look at this flood of tears spilling out. Please, just leave it alone with you. Things were coming along nicely until you interfered. Nothing more to say? Wonderful. Then I'll be on my way.
Seems the silent treatment won't work every time. Coming along nicely. That's a pretty strange way of putting it. It's almost as if you wanted Kay's arrest to happen. It certainly doesn't sound like the statement of an impartial representative of the law.
You think so? Well, that wasn't my intention. Has it occurred to you that you might just be overthinking things a little?
Chairman Winner certainly knows how to dodge a question, but it doesn't change the fact that serious doubts remain concerning Kay's arrest. Next we'll need to press him on whether he really believes the investigation was sufficient. We can't allow any of his statements to go unexamined, no matter how trivial they may seem. One of them may just give us the breakthrough we need. How much time was spent on your investigation altogether?
Well now, let's see. You know what? I'm not sure I can remember.
And I'm sure you can. You won't bluster your way out of this one.
It's not bluster, my boy. I honestly don't recall. It's a problem when you get to my age, you see. I even forget my own son's name sometimes.
Never mind your fool of a son. Answer me. How long did you spend on the investigation?
You're right, of course. The boy's a fool. I never meant for him to grow up like that, but... oh, woe is me.
He's only too happy to derail the conversation no matter where I take it. I have to force him to take this seriously. Let's try another tack for now. You can hardly say your investigation was sufficient. And you're the one who called out the shots, weren't you? Including the decision to have Kay arrested?
Oh, I'm afraid I'm nowhere near as influential as you think, dear boy.
You're the chairman of the committee. It doesn't get more influential than that. Not that I care about such things.
You wound me. It's enough to drive an old man to tears.
You'll have to forgive me. I'm not the differential type.
Well, if you're going to insist on being so blunt, then I'm afraid you won't be seeing your prosecutor's badge again anytime soon.
I can't live without the badge. I don't need that badge anyway.
Nothing more to say. Ah, fuck.
I saw that. Okay. Let me make something clear once and for all. That badge isn't the be-all, end-all for me. Far from it. I'm not concerned with the titles or roles. Even you must understand that much.
So young, so very young. A word of advice, Miles, from somebody who's been around the block. You're hopelessly naive, my boy. Idiotically so.
Well, that certainly got under his skin. He might be less guarded than his answers while he's in the state. Now's my chance. How much time was spent on your investigation altogether?
My, you don't really give up, do you? But even my patience has its limits, you know.
What a coincidence. So does mine. Now answer the question. Do you believe that your investigation was sufficient or not?
The youth these days want to be reckless.
I think that's a typo.
Want to be reckless. Makes me want to put you in your place. You're going to regret that, my boy.
I'd like to see you try. No, I'm putting you in your place.
Well, maybe you do know your place after all. What's the matter? Scared?
Hardly. I was just thinking about how best to proceed. Getting answers from the elderly requires sensitivity. They can get quite emotional after all.
You have no common sense whatsoever, do you? Don't you understand? Your fate rests in my hands.
I've got you. Oh my god.
Let's say you do manage to get some answers from me. There's nothing you can do with them, so why not give it up, dear boy?
No.
And why not?
It's simple, because I'm not about to let the truth escape me.
Interesting. I think I'm beginning to see what makes you tick. But what you're doing is pointless. Tragically and miserably pointless. Please, just give up.
Celsius is about to set that whole cell on fire.
Please, just give up. She's guilty. The decision has been made.
Once again, your choice of words intrigues me. It's almost as if Kay's guilt has already been determined from before her arrest.
What are you trying to imply?
That you have planned to have her arrest. I'm implying that things haven't gone as they normally should. In fact, everything has proceeded as if Kay's arrest was the end goal, right from the very start. Well, Chairman Winner, was it?
That's certainly an intriguing theory. But it's also a complete work of fiction, and I'm afraid I don't have the time for such flights of fancy. I think it's time we brought this shabby little farce to an end, don't you?
No! He's trying to make her escape. I must confirm the legality of Kay's arrest before he slips away.
Oh man.
It's faint, but the truth is finally beginning to merge, and I'm not about to let this opportunity pass me by. Wait, we're not done yet.
I'm tired of this talking, so make it brief, will you?
Based on everything I've heard from you so far, it's clear that Kay's arrest is entirely unfounded.
Yes, I think we're all familiar with this particular refrain of yours by now. But I'm afraid it doesn't matter either way. You don't have what it takes to secure her release anyhow.
How dare you take this so lightly as a man of the law?
My, aren't you a rude little boy? But my fuse is only so long. Honestly speaking, I don't have the time to waste on every last question you can dream up. I have certain responsibilities to attend to, you know. I really am quite the busy man.
Or are you just pretending to be busy,
That's an awful thing to say to a fragile old man. I work harder than I should at my age. I ask you, my boy, what could I even hope to accomplish by putting up such a pretense?
You obviously don't want to talk about the case anymore. That's why you're so keen to get out of this conversation, isn't it?
It's just so tragic, it really is, that you would suspect me of such things.
It's not a suspicion, it's a certainty. There were no clear grounds on which to base Kay's arrest for a start.
Now, my boy, let's not get carried away. There was plenty of evidence to support our case. The mask, the letter, the corsage. These were all in her possession. And of course, her confession. More than enough to prove her guilt, I say.
But those are...
What's the matter? Struggling to come up with a way to explain everything away.
I've got... Ah, fucking goddammit!
Oh my god. I have to start all over again. Oh my goodness. Oh no, that's not it either. Okay, I'll just bide my time.
Well, there we have it. Your silence speaks volumes.
It's true I can't counter your argument right now, but you did let something valuable slip. A suspiciously detailed knowledge of the evidence against Kay. You rattled off the list like you knew it inside out. I think that might prove to be a valuable clue. Kay is innocent.
No, my boy. That's just clumsy. Anyone can blurt out a baseless assertion like that. Even a disgraced superstar prosecutor. What?
It's not good. I don't have enough information to take this any further just yet. But my chance will come. I just have to be ready when it does.
Wait, so then what do I ask? Okay. So make it brief with you. Who gave the order? Oh, okay, I'm supposed to ask that. Who gave the order? Who decided that Key should be arrested?
You know, I can't seem to remember. Don't you ever get old Miles, my boy? It wreaks havoc on the memory.
Time to deploy my crew. I'd appreciate it if you stopped playing the old man card. You remember the details of the evidence against Kay pretty clearly. Perhaps if your memory didn't fail you only when it was convenient, I'd be more inclined to believe you. So let me ask you again, who gave the order for Kay's arrest?
You're a sharp one, I'll give you that. My son could learn a thing or two from you. If he wasn't such an incurable numbskull, that is. It's a tragedy, really.
I don't want to hear about your son. I want to know who authorized the arrest.
You're very mean, you know that, don't you? The arrest, you say? I believe the order was given by...
You, of course. Come now, Chairman Winner. We both know it was you.
Ooh, saved by the bell.
Alright, you got me. You make it sound like I was somehow a bad thing, though. But I have a reputation to uphold, so I guess I better clear up this little misunderstanding. I'll entertain your questions for a few more minutes. Let's see if I can put your mind at ease.
The key thing to do now is to establish how intimately he knows of the details of the case. I just have to ask the right questions.
Yeah, saved by the goddamn bell. Oh my goodness.
The endgame's at hand, but we're a few moves away from the truth. You seem to know the case in quite some detail.
I know about lots of things, my boy. I'm just smart like that.
Too bad the same can't be said about the way you handled Kay's arrest. I've got... Oh, come on!
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I'm a very busy man. Do try to remember that I can bring this little chat to an end whenever I so choose.
It's only taking so long because you won't give me a straight answer to any of my questions. If only you'd stop giving me the runaround, we'd be done already. So let's try this again. You seem to know the details of the case quite intimately. Why is that?
Because I read the case file. Not exactly the most thrilling use of my time, of course, but it's a part of the job. I have to be good. A good role model. I can't be seen to be slacking. It can be so hard. But I had some time on my hands, so I read the whole thing from cover to cover. Nothing more to say. Wonderful, I'll be more. Ah, fucking goddammit.
It's not easy, this one. This is definitely the hardest one to get.
That's strange. I could have sworn you just told me you're a very busy man. I'd say the cracks are finally starting to show, wouldn't you? If you're so keen about being an upstanding leader, you can start by releasing Kay, you know.
You really don't give up, do you? It's a moving sight indeed, my boy. But a tragic one too, after all. Your efforts are for naught. I'm afraid your little friend was found unconscious near the scene of the crime.
We have yet... Okay, for a second I thought it was the wrong one. We have yet to hear much about the circumstances under which Kay was found. She was lying unconscious in the storeroom, correct?
That's right, although I'm not at liberty to tell you how I know that.
He knows things even we didn't. In fact, he seems to be aware of every tiny detail about this case. This could be a valuable clue. The suspect, Kay Faraday. How much do you know about her exactly?
I know that she's the suspect. Aside from that, not much else.
Cross my heart, but it's true.
Time to deploy my clue. Sorry, but the more you tell me, the less sense your story makes. For one thing, you know the details that even those investigating the scene were not aware of. Why is that? Just how much do you really know, Chairman Winner?
There's that intimidating face you like to make again. Well, two can play at this game. How do you like me now, I do have to commend you on your doggedness. It really is something.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Take it however you like, but wrap this up, will you? I just don't have the stamina anymore. She's the culprit, the only possible suspect. Just accept that already. How much more evidence did you want us to load her down with, for goodness sake?
Load her down with. Yet another interesting turn of phrase. One that makes it sound like a lot like the items Kay was carrying might have been foisted upon her.
Impressive. You really do pay attention, do you? It's no wonder they used to call you a prodigy, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor. I think you know the answer to your own question by now. Why don't you just go ahead and say it? I want to hear it from you.
It's finally time to shed light on the truth. All that's left is to play one last move. Kay is innocent.
No, my boy. That's just clumsy. Anyone can blurt out something.
Okay, yeah. Time to deploy my clue. Kay was framed. The true culprit set it all up so that she would take the fall instead. That is my answer, and I won't let you deny it any longer.
Oh shit, his beard caught fire. My, you really are a sharp one, It's a bit of a shame you chose to hand in your badge. I admit it, you're right on all accounts.
And that's checkmate, bitch. You knew Kay wasn't the real murderer, and yet you still had her arrested. What's worse, you thought you could get away with it. Well, you won't. Not if I can help it.
There you go with that naivete again, my boy. I guess that was always your problem. With the girl arrested and a conviction secured, this whole mess goes away, and that's what will happen.
But whose interest does a conclusion like that serve?
The committee's, I suppose. And mine. Oh. You know, listen to you just now. Well, it really got the tears flowing, I have to say. It was poignant and heartfelt and sincere, and utterly infuriating. Look, I'm not perfect, I know that, but your lack of sophistication in these matters is beyond the pale. You insist that the truth is more than anything else. But would you say the same if you knew what the real value of the truth is?
What are you trying to say?
When you get to my level, you don't uncover the truth. You make it, little by little. Kay Faraday, murderer. That's the truth. The truth I created. Grr. Yes, my boy. That's what I like to see. You're so sincere sometimes, it's painful. It just makes me want to put you in your place. Knowing the real truth would get you nowhere. Because that's how much it's worth. Nothing. Shocking, I know.
But why go after the real killer? But why not go after the real killer? How much do you even know about what really happened?
You're still not getting it. That's your truth. And it is worthless. Mine is all that matters. You understand what I'm saying, don't you, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor? I have all the power here.
Curse you!
Well, aren't you menacing? You and your little friend are just as bad as each other. Violent criminals who deserve to be locked up.
You'll pay for this!
And with that, yet another person disappears from my life. Oh,
Oh, it just makes me want to cry and cry and cry.
I'm not planning to disappear just yet, Chairman Winner. There's still the hearing later today. Just you wait. One way or another, I'll prove Kay's innocence to the world then.
April 6, 8:30 a.m. Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. Chamber.
10 members, overly a majority are present. I hereby call this hearing to order. We are gathered here today to assess the professional competency of Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Here in the sight of the goddess, we do so solemnly swear to pass fair and frank judgment.
Fair and frank? Don't make me laugh.
Verity, if you be so kind as to summarize the case against Mr. Edgeworth.
On April 5th, despite having been advised of the illegality of an investigation he was conducting, the accused refused to desist and eventually had to be detained by myself and Chairman Winner. His actions compromised the investigation into the murder of a certain defense attorney, and despite having been presented with copious evidence of her guilt, he continues to insist that the suspect, 1K Faraday, is innocent of all charges.
Perhaps you could explain the details of the murder to us as well.
Of course, on the morning of the 5th, the body of the victim was found here in the committee chamber. Further explanation will be provided by
Me, Eustace Winner, Premier Prosecutor.
The floor is yours, Mr. Winner.
The murder itself happened late on the night of the 4th. The victim was Miss Rosie Ringer. The same night, an illicit auction was being held here in this very room. Ringer took part in that auction, I think. Yeah.
Meaning that the murder took place sometime during the auction?
When she was found, Ringer was dressed in an outfit that matched the description of the auctioneer. However, due to the fact that the auction carried on after the murder had occurred, I deduced that Ringer was not in fact the auctioneer.
Bitch, I was the one who came up with that. You did us nothing of the sort.
And what about the basis on which the suspect was detained, Mr. Winner?
Yeah, I got this. So Faraday was overcome by...
Crushing remorse, Eustace.
Yeah, that. Tons of crushing remorse, so she confessed. According to her confession, she was on the roof of this building when she encountered a person in a red raincoat on the viewing platform.
And that person was Mr. Ringer, I take it.
Precisely, Mr. Chairman. The killer dressed the victim in the auctioneer's outfit after the fact. But at the time, when she was killed, Miss Ringer was wearing a red raincoat.
And who won the race to find that raincoat nearby? Me! That's who!
Did you? I thought it was somebody from the forensics.
Strictly speaking, it was found by one of the forensic investigators under Mr. Winner's command.
I knew it!
The blood analysis on the coat showed that it was indeed Miss Ringer who had sworn it. And the suspect's confession was the final nail in the coffin she confirmed by having committed the murder. So as you can see, Kay Faraday was a killer. There was no way anybody else could have done it.
Alright, Miles, I expect you to have some objections. Let's get them out of the way, shall we?
I have no objections, Chairman Winner.
Well now, is that so? I thought it would have taken more than a single
No objections in the matter of my unauthorized investigation, that is. But in the matter of Miss Faraday's supposed guilt, I have plenty.
I can personally attest to the fact that Mr. Winner's investigation was fair and impartial.
Of course it was. When it comes to carefully conducted ops, I'm the winner every time.
You know, Miles, it is within my power to offer you a plea deal of sorts. If and this is purely hypothetical, of course, you were to withdraw your objections, you might wake up tomorrow to find yourself the proud owner of a seat on this committee.
Is he trying to bribe him? Man's trying to bribe him.
So I ask you again, do you have any objections, Mr. Edgeworth?
If you think you can buy my silence, think again.
You would watch your mouth.
Only if the chairman watches his. I didn't come here to talk about committee seats. I came here to talk about the murder case. I demand a statement under oath, and I will not rest until I have one. I want to know exactly what the committee's view on the incident is.
You want to put us on trial, my boy? Very well. If it will make you happy. Verity, please provide Mr. Edgeworth with the materials pertaining to the case. Really? But sir, this will be his last hurrah, so let's humor him with the send-off he desires.
If you say so, Mr. Chairman.
Evidence data received from Judge Cavell.
You have no objections to Verity representing the committee, I assume?
None whatsoever.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Don't worry, Kay. Everything will be fine, Dulcie. You'll see.
The committee's view of the case.
Miss Springer attended the auction as a potential buyer. The red raincoat was one of the items up for sale. So our assumption is that after winning and paying for it, she left the auction with her purchase. The only exit from the storeroom was, of course, the hatch leading up onto the rooftop. After she emerged onto the viewing platform, that's when Miss Springer was attacked by Miss Faraday. Shortly thereafter, her flame went out, and thus concludes the committee's view of the case.
The raincoat was on offer that night. Is that really true?
We believe so, yes. You remember the failed assassination attempt on the president of Zheng 5, I assume? The raincoat is a piece of evidence from that case. It should, of course, have remained safely under lock and key in the appropriate facility. But our inquiries revealed that it didn't, in fact, go missing under mysterious circumstances.
And wound up in the auction along with everything else. That makes sense, I suppose.
Wonderful work, Verity. Just wonderful. Crystal clear as ever.
You flatter me, sir. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, perhaps you could save us all some time and simply admit defeat.
I'll do no such thing, thank you very much.
Very well. It's good to know that you still have some fight in you.
It is? Why? Come to think of it, she said some strange things when she visited me this morning too. What exactly is she up to?
Is she on our side, perhaps? Oh, no, not the contradiction. Okay, I should have pressed it then. Son of a bitch, alright.
Hold it!
But why? What possible motive could Kay have had?
That is exactly what we are hoping to establish in our upcoming interviews with Miss Faraday.
Coercive interrogation after the fact, something you seem to specialize in.
If the murderer knew that the attendees would all be leaving via the hatch, then the roof would have been the perfect place to lie in wait. So as I was saying, after she emerged onto the viewing platform, that's when Miss Springer was attacked.
Hold it!
Her flame went out.
The flame of her life, Mr. Edgeworth. Though perhaps her flame was stolen from her is more apt.
Objection!
But the candelabrum that extinguished her life was one of the auction lots. Meaning that Kay had no way of getting a hold of it to begin with.
Miss Miss Faraday could not have lain in wait for the victim without knowing of the storeroom's existence. She could have easily snuck down the ladder and stolen it while the auction was underway.
If only knew where the candle holder was during the auction. That would surely clear up the matter, no? Well, either of you?
Sadly, we don't have anything that could tell us much on that front at the moment.
Forgive me, sir. This is something we are hoping to establish through further investigation.
Well, isn't that a shame, Miles, my boy? It seems this line of inquiry is something of a dead end, isn't it?
So their theory is that the victim, her killer, met on the roof and that's where the murder took place. In other words, it assumes that the viewing platform was the scene of the crime. But is that really the case? I thought I had the evidence that clearly shows the story of what happened out that night. Time to double check.
I thought I did, but apparently it wasn't the right statement. Oh, wait, was that actually appended? No, it wasn't. It wasn't. Okay.
Hold it!
So the raincoat really was one of the auction lots?
That's correct. I believe it originally belonged to a Mr. Shelley the Killer.
Considering its status as a piece of evidence is the only logical conclusion.
It's from when he made his attempt on the president's life? There was an unexplained mannequin standing among the other items on sale. It could well have been used to display the coat prior to the auction. Do we know how the items were being smuggled in?
That's still under investigation, and is entirely related to the matter at hand. Especially considering that you will soon officially be a prosecutor no longer, Mr. Edgeworth.
It sounds like the outcome of this hearing is a foregone conclusion. No surprises there. My personal circumstances aren't important right now. Please continue, Your Honor.
As I was saying, the raincoat was one of the items up for sale.
Hold it!
So why did she leave so soon after making her purchase?
Because of the auction's house rules, winning bidders are expected to pay for their items immediately.
Miss Hart told us pretty much the same thing.
Miss Ringer, having paid for the raincoat, probably left immediately afterwards in accordance with the rules.
Hold it!
In other words, a member of the committee was actively involved in the illegal evidence trade.
It is unfortunate. I don't know what else to say.
And of course, we'll be looking into such activities just as soon as this hearing is over and done with.
I commend your decision to pursue the matter further, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, don't be silly, Vanity. It's the least we can do, really. Not that it's any of your business, Miles. Not anymore. If only you'd have remained a prosecutor. But you didn't. Now, if we're quite done making an old man cry over this whole sad affair.
Very well. Allow me to continue.
I have to use a different set of evidence then. Okay, there we go. I just presented the wrong evidence. Maybe you can clear something up for me, Judge Javelle. But what is Miss Hart doing here at this hearing?
She is an eyewitness. I thought it would be obvious.
Well now, I ain't really an eyewitness. More of an ear witness, I guess.
Huh. She's not exactly the most confidence-inspiring choice to help you make your case, is she?
How did you think I choose my allies a little more carefully than you, Mr. Edgeworth?
Then you should question them more thoroughly, because there's something that she hasn't told you. Take a look at this. It's a photo taken by Miss Hart.
Yes, in the storeroom, correct? What of it?
According to your theory, the murder occurred up on the roof. But according to Miss Hart's testimony, she happened to witness the entire incident unfold in the storeroom, just before she took this picture.
Wait! You're saying Gavel got it?
Wrong. That's exactly what I'm saying.
What?
Miss Hart, if I may confirm your account of the events you witnessed that night, you saw the person in the picture, correct?
I sure did, clear as day, and with my own 2 eyes to boot.
And what were your impressions at that point?
My impressions? This right here is the scoop of the century, something like that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I was hoping more for your impressions of the person in question.
Oh, hi. There's a walking meal ticket? There's a walking meal ticket?
Seriously?
Just my little joke. No need to look at me like I done sat on your lunch. Old red raincoat, right? Why, I took one look and I thought that's our perp right there.
And therein lies the rub, for Miss Hart to have thought such a thing.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, when will you learn to use your words? If it's an explanation of the facts that you acquire, you need only ask, you know.
What do you mean?
I assume you're about to raise the issue of the voices Miss Hart heard? The voices that may be unrelated?
Objection!
Unrelated? You can do better than that!
It was one of the voices Miss Hart heard. Really even Miss Ringer's.
You're kidding me, right? Them folks was talking crime-related turkey, or my name ain't Lotta Danged Hot.
Ah, but did you hear them clearly?
Well, can't really say for sure, but I can't really say nothing, and you know it. They was using them voice changes. I done told you that, all that.
Precisely. Miss Hart heard voices, but those voices were disguised, which means we cannot even be certain that whatever she did over here had anything to do with the murder.
Objection!
Huh.
You don't need to yell objection in order to sigh at me, Mr. Edgeworth.
It seems I overestimated you, Judge Gavel.
Nonsense. Verity is the best of us, my boy. The very best.
And yet she believes that what Miss Hart heard might not have had anything to do with the murder. Even supposing that's the case, it doesn't prove the murder didn't happen in the storeroom. The incident happened before the victim was able to go up the roof. That much we can say for certain. And I can tell you why. This proves that the incident happened before the victim went up the roof. The bloody hand mark.
Take that!
We initially thought that the person in the red raincoat was the culprit.
Yes, because Miss Hart said as much.
Indeed, she told us about the blood she saw on the person's hand, and I doubt many people would have thought differently given her testimony. Ergo, if this person is the killer, then the blood we see would be from when they attacked the victim. But knowing what we know now, that this person is in fact the victim, it recontextualizes everything. The presence of the blood still shows that the picture was taken after the attack, but now it tells us something very important about the victim too. This picture tells us that the victim survived the attack, struck the killer. Ah, fuck. No! Ah, yeah. She was obstructed, but that's the blood on their hand. Mr. Edgeworth, all the blood at the scene was shown to have been from the victim. Ah, damn it. Survived? Yeah. Oh, so they bled out on the roof? There's no doubt in my mind that the victim was attacked in the storeroom. But here we have photographic evidence of her standing upright and alive, albeit with a bloody hand. This can only mean that Miss Ringer survived the attack. The blood on her hand is from the wounds she had sustained.
What are you talking about? Who dies with from a hand wound?
The wound wasn't on her hand, Mr. Winner. I imagine she used her hand to try and staunch the wound. That's right. Well, it's impossible to tell from this angle. The victim was already mortally wounded here.
Oh, well, that certainly would change things, wouldn't it?
It very much would. Not least by making it absurd to suggest that Kay was the attacker. Our encounter with the victim happened after this picture had been taken. After the victim had already been attacked and was in critical condition. To put it to you in that all Kay witnessed was the victim finally succumbing to her wounds.
That would have been quite the coincidence.
It's a textbook case of wrong place, wrong time, I'd say.
You seem to be forgetting a rather important fact, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, that or pretending to not remember it.
What? What fact am I forgetting?
I think it's time to wrap things up, don't you, Verity? Put the boy out of his misery. Dad, Gavel looks for me! Why do you keep giving your orders? That's my job! You really are a total and utter embarrassment. I'm not!
I hate to break it to you, but you both are.
Go to it, Gavel! Put Edgeworth out of
his misery? As you wish.
What you're forgetting?
Miss Ringer's body was found with 3 wounds in his chest. And we all know what those wounds are from, don't we? That's right, they're from when she was stabbed in the chest by a 3-armed candelabra. I doubt anybody could survive such grave wounds. If you care to read the coroner's report, I'm sure you would change your tune.
Nicely done, Gavel. Now, Edgeworth, you will have to
make several objections. Yes, I'm afraid I will.
What? Why? Were you listening?
Oh, I was listening. Very carefully, in fact. Hence my objections.
Come on! Why do you always have something to undermine me?
That's never my intention, I assure you.
It isn't?
Because you do it so well to yourself every single time already.
Of course it isn't. Yeah, I knew that. Because I'm...
Please, Eustace, just stop for goodness sake. You've already embarrassed me enough.
Huh? What do you mean, Dad?
Okay.
Hold it!
3 wounds. That can't have been pleasant.
Yes. Which is why we must see to it that the perpetrator of this cruel act pays for their sins.
Don't listen to her, Kay. She's just trying to scare you. If you could please continue on, Judge Gavel.
Yes, very well. As I was saying, there were 3 wounds.
Hold it!
I do, but perhaps you should ask Mr. Winner.
He does, I'm sure. Don't you, Eustace?
Who, me? Oh, you bet I do. I know this case inside out.
Who does he think he's fooling?
Eustace, my boy.
Make an old man happy at least. And at least glance at the coroner's report, would you?
Sure, let's see. Yada yada, 3 puncture wounds, blah blah, candle holder. No way. That's what they use? Crazy.
Ahem, precisely. The wounds were inflicted just as Eustace says.
Hold it!
And you're sure that stabs to the chest were the cause of death? There's no doubt about that?
None. One of the spikes of the candelabrum even pierced the victim's heart. Unless you mean to call Dr. Hurst's professional opinion into question, we can only treat that as fact.
The coroner's opinion backing up my own winning ones. Now that's what I call a flawless victory.
Well, I'm certain not about to ignore the coroner's findings.
Hey, what about my findings? You can't just ignore them.
But if the cause of death really wasn't the puncture wounds to the chest from the candelabrum, that would seem to contradict one of the pieces of evidence we gathered.
He's not just ignoring my findings, he's ignoring me! Do something, Gavel!
As you wish. At the very least, I will assure that he cannot ignore my own conclusions.
Contradicts with a piece of evidence you have. Alright. Affected by a candle holder. Well, that's what it says in the report. So wait, are we just calling that into question then? Stabbed here. Okay.
The prongs of each arm are covered in blood. Spacing matches to that of the wounds of the victim in the victim's chest, but is it really the murder weapon? The base is a very unique shape. If it were removed from a dusty shelf or something, it would be immediately obvious to what had been standing there.
Might be something else.
Wait, was she impaled by the statue?
Objection!
No. No.
Hold it!
But the victim may not have necessarily died instantly. I think we could say that much at least.
Perhaps, but she would surely not have lived for longer than a few moments either. So, there are people who could survive even if you stab them in the chest?
Sure, there might be, and there might be not too.
So, which is it? Trust me, there are not. And in the case you're still tempted to believe there might be,
Hold it!
The cause of death is a set of 3 puncture wounds on the left side of the chest inflicted by a candle holder.
well done for reading, Mr. Ainsworth. That report forms the basis of my own conclusions.
In other words, if I disprove what it says, I disprove your conclusions too?
You have the strangest sense of humor, but I wouldn't mind seeing you try. However, before you do, I would advise you read that report very carefully. After all, I am not interested in your opinions, only in solidly grounded deductions.
Late last night, cause of death is a set of 3 puncture wounds on the left side. The victim also suffered a head injury post-mortem. Okay. That is indeed on the left. Very well, then you shall have my deductions.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Don't worry, Kay. Everything will be alright. I need to find something to prove that the victim was still alive and breathing immediately after the attack. If I can't, Kay's fate will be sealed.
suffered a head injury post-mortem, okay. But I gotta prove that she survived for a bit longer than intended.
Hold it!
3 wounds. But, oh, wait, I already said that.
Hold it!
What else would have killed her? Oh! The railing? Did the railing kill her? Was she impaled on the railing? Oh my goodness. In that case, what the fuck do we present in that case? But then why wasn't blood found there? Unless it was just mopped up while she was unconscious. But there's no puncture marks in the... Hold on. What about the victim whose fingerprints and blood were found in the hood? Inside the hood. She was stabbed in the chest. I love them. No, I think I might be leaving that. It might have something to do with that injury. That's what I was thinking too, but Can we see the raincoat again? I mean, can't see.
Yeah, but there's no puncture wounds on. There's no puncture holes on the coat. Yeah, probably.
Objection!
Oh yeah, no, yeah, you're right. Yeah, actually, yeah, I should have thought of that earlier. Cause there's no puncture. There's no holes in this. There's no holes in the coat. Yeah. Chairman Winner, you know what this is, of course.
The red raincoat. That's right, isn't it, Verity? Yes, sir. The one Miss Ringer was wearing. I warn you, Mr. Edgeworth, you will not be thanked for retreading old grounds here.
Well, I'm afraid I might have to regardless. Now then, if you'll answer me this, Judge Revell. You told us that the victim's bloodstains were found on the coat, but do you remember exactly where they were found?
Of course. They were found on the hood and... No! What's the matter, Verity?
The hood and? Was the blood found on anywhere else in the raincoat?
No, it was not.
Does that strike you as odd? The victim died of a stab wound to the chest. Wouldn't that lead to one to expect to find bloodstains in that area? And yet, there was only blood on the hood! That's a glaring contradiction if I ever saw one. The head wound the victim suffered wasn't just some incidental injury. It was inflicted before the stab wound to her chest.
Perhaps you are correct. Perhaps the victim did sustain the head injury first. As you said, she had been stabbed first.
Oh, okay, I guess that's the main point. Is that there was only blood on the hood.
As you said, if she had been stabbed first, there should be blood in the chest area of the raincoat. Therefore, Mr. Ringer cannot have been stabbed before the head injury had been inflicted on her. But even if we concede at this point that the head injury came before the chest wound, what difference would it make? How does it change our understanding of the case?
I'd say it changes things a great deal, in fact. It erases an even more fundamental contradiction.
That's quite the bold claim, Mr. Edgeworth. I'd have to admit that you have me intrigued. Perhaps you could show us this fundamental contradiction? With some evidence?
Which piece of evidence best demonstrates the contradiction in the order of the injuries revealed?
The findings?
Take that!
Yeah.
This is Dr. Hertz's preliminary findings, according to which the victim suffered a injury post-mortem.
But the order suggested by the bloodstains on the raincoat is...
Exactly the opposite, yes.
Bailiff, this court hereby subpoenas Dr. Hilda Hertz to the committee chamber with all due haste. Until she testifies, this case cannot be brought to a close.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll go fetch her at once.
Unfortunately, Dr. Hertz is a very busy woman, and I should be able to come immediately. And in the meantime, there's another important angle I would like to explore. Frankly, something has been bothering me about the person at the heart of this case. The so-called ringleader. Who exactly are they?
Yeah, good point. We never really looked into that, huh?
Despite having been mentioned repeatedly in this hearing, we still don't know even the most basic facts that might help us uncover their identity. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any thoughts on the matter?
We've seen nothing that might serve as a clear evidence of the auctioneer's identity as of yet, but there is someone involved with the case that I can name. I suspect at the very least they might be able to point us in the right direction.
And that's...
Chairman Winner, I demand that you testify as to what you know!
What? Are you crazy? Why would you accuse my dad?
You would cast doubt on the integrity of the chairman of the committee? Do you understand the implications of such an act?
I don't care who or what he is, we're talking about the truth here. And about the man who seems dead set on framing Kay at all costs. The mask, the corsage, ticket stub, and everything else the items on Kay was carrying when she was found. They were deliberately placed in her possession somehow, by Chairman Winner himself.
A shocking accusation, and one I find hard to believe. But for the sake of completeness, I must ask, why would he do such a thing?
To cast suspicion on Kay? I think that's supposed to say to cast suspicion on Kay. To cast suspicion on Kay, of course. Why else? I even managed to get him to say something to that effect.
Chairman Winner, your rebuttal, please.
I think the good chairman might be in shock.
So what if I did? Did you hear me, dear boy? I said, so what if I did? You say you got me to admit as much, but where is your proof, With no witness to speak of, witnesses to speak of, your word alone is hardly enough to make an accusation like that stick. Or do you mean to tell us that you have something more to base your outburst on?
He still has the arrogance he showed back at the detention center, and yet...
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm going to have to ask you to explain yourself, if that's alright, Mr. Chairman. Not at all. I'll be interested to hear this for myself. I'm intrigued to learn where Miles might have gotten the idea that I'm some sort of criminal. Because you'll never find a more fine and upstanding citizen than myself.
He has a lot of nerve, acting all innocent like that. Very well, let's start at the very beginning. The fact that the auction took place right here in this hollowed child chamber is a point of suspicion. A location that should, by rights, only be accessible to members of the committee.
Yeah, they all have keycards in the room after all.
Furthermore, these auctions seem to be held on a somewhat regular basis. And for that to be possible...
There can only be one winning explanation.
That's right, Mr. Winner. That the auctioneer is a member of the committee.
No!
What on earth is wrong now?
What do I do, Dad? I play right into his hands.
Oh ho ho ho, you did indeed, you utter nitwit. But Miles, my boy, you do realize that you cast quite the wide net with your explanation. That's true. There are 11 members of the committee altogether. 10 given Miss Vinger's unfortunate passing. 10 potential suspects in total.
Congratulations, me. Can't be the chairman, can it?
Whoever it is, speak up. Right now.
Calm down, all of you, please.
Upstanding citizens such as myself smiles creepily while waving a lighter.
Well, Miles, is that all the proof you've got against me? You're very quiet all of a sudden. But it's too late to back out now. You accused a former chief prosecutor and current committee chairman of a crime. Grr. I would tell you to prepare for the worst. But there is no preparing for what you're about to face. Know your place. You've been forcing us to argue over every little detail for a while now. Where the murder happened, the order of the victim's injuries, some other things I hardly even remember. But you needn't have bothered, my boy, because it's all irrelevant in the end. Think about it. The suspect herself has already said it. She did it. That's all that matters at the end of the day, and her sentence will be lighter for it, so rejoice. And there you have it. Feel free to pick holes in it as you see fit.
How can I when that was barely a testimony to begin with?
That man is a very powerful person, isn't he? It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. Please, just let it go. I did it. I'm the murderer. I even remember doing it.
You saw a flash of something half-remembered, Kay. Nothing more. If you must believe in something... believe me when I say you should believe in your own innocence instead.
But...
I'm up against the head of the committee here. This isn't going to be easy. But he seems to think he's already won. Perhaps I can use that against him. I seem to recall the ringleader's identity and the faulty coroner's report being critical points of contention.
Yes, I was listening, my boy, but critical is a matter of opinion.
How can you possibly suggest such a fundamental issues are not important? Perhaps it is your ability to make sound judgments that should be on trial here today.
Oh ho ho ho! Bravo, my young hothead. Wonderfully cutting stuff. You do like to try though, don't you?
Hold it!
There's no way any of what we discussed today is irrelevant, not unless you intend to bury the truth.
But none of it is relevant, dear boy. The only reason you keep trying to make it relevant is because otherwise, you're a creep without a paddle.
Hold it!
That was no confession. It was a statement you coerced out of the vulnerable victim.
What do you think, Verity? Is Mr. Edgeworth correct in his assertion?
No, the suspect confessed to the crime herself.
We get it, Miles. We all understand how much you want to believe in your little friend. But you have to face the facts here. I mean, refusing to accept her confession is a tantamount to calling her a liar, no?
What did you say?
If looks could kill, dear boy.
I'm not going to find any contradictions in a testimony like that, and he seems to think he's already won. And maybe I could use that against him.
Hold it!
Even if the broad strokes are correct, it doesn't make something true.
Oh, don't be such a stick in the mud. I'd say the bigger picture is more than enough here. After all, every case has its little inconsistencies and contradictions. If we let ourselves get bogged down in every single one, we'd never make any arrests. And once we did, the trials would drag on forever. Even you understand that, right?
Not in the slightest. It's my inquiry into the details.
Oh, to be so young and pig-headed. Anyway, you keep digging into these little details.
Hold it!
Just because she confessed to something doesn't mean get the truth. Kay is suffering from amnesia, so any statement she makes should be taken into account with a grain of salt.
Objection!
Oh, that's an objection we heard from him. Even so, it doesn't exactly solve anything for us, does it, dear boy? And it would be nonsensical to dismiss her confession outright. I'll tell you what, why don't we ask her one last time? I'm sure she'll just say it. She did it again.
Fine, let's do it. Let's ask her again. We'll see if she really believes herself to be the culprit.
Huh? You mean me? Is this really what you want, Mr. Edgeworth? If it goes badly, it could significantly weaken your position.
I know, but there's no other way. I only request that I be the one to question her.
You really know how to tug at an old man's heartstrings, you know. But fine, ask away on one condition. If this turns out to be a waste of time, that's it. Well, we'll call the proceedings to an end then and there. Agreed. Call the proceedings to an end? You mean the hearing? Yes, dear boy, that's right. Perhaps you aren't a complete muddlehead after all. Now, just so we're clear, if we ask again, and all that happens is that the girl confesses, and all that happens is the girl confirms her guilt, she is officially declared guilty on the spot. Yes, that sounds like a great plan, if I do say so myself.
That's it? You just declare her guilty just like that?
That's the gist of it.
It's a big risk, but he's going to find a way to condemn her either way if we don't do something. Kay?
Yes?
I know it's a lot to ask, but I need you to think. Do you remember anything else about what happened on the day of the murder? Anything that might help us prove your innocence?
Why? Why are you still fighting it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's no use. I can't be of help to you. I'm sorry. I'm too scared to try and remember anymore. What if I remember something even worse? And if I did, I'd just be making more trouble for you. Please, just accept it. The kid you thought you knew is a dangerous criminal. A dangerous criminal who let you down and betrayed your trust.
Don't worry, Kay. You have nothing to be afraid of. I may not have known you for very long, but I know you well enough. Oh, and right now, I'd say I know you better than you know yourself. And you would never commit a murder. You could never. Because this is who you really are. The Yatagarasu. You're the great thief Yatagarasu, a noble outlaw who would never stoop so low as to kill.
I can't do it. I'm sorry. Because all I can see is the one memory that's returned. I have to face it.
Hold it!
No. The only evidence of your guilt is the confession they forced out of you. As I said earlier, you have to believe that you're better than that. Or are you saying you don't believe a word of what I've been telling you?
No, it's not that. You try so hard to help me. And you're risking so much for me. It's too much. You have to stop. I'm begging you.
Ah, so that's what's going on. I thought it was strange, but now I see. The reason you're allowing yourself to be railroaded into accepting your fate is because of me, isn't it? Which is exactly what the K I know would have done.
You're a good person, Mr. Edgeworth.
Sorry to burst your bubble, but I'm not, and I don't plan on becoming one anytime soon. Because despite all your wishes to the contrary, I'm still trying to help you. So you see, I've merely been servicing my own ego, regardless of what I put you through. Now, let's try this again. See the good in yourself, Kay. Remember the noble thief you truly are. That memory of you committing the murder, you need to question it with all you have. That's all I ask. So please, do it for me. Kay!
What's wrong? Did you remember something?
Oh, it'd be like some cliche movie plot if she did.
A cow.
A cow?
Mr. Edgeworth, if you could perhaps ask her for a few more details.
Well, Kay, what can you tell us about this cow?
Oh, the doll. I remember now. The person in the red raincoat. She had it in her hand. A stuffed cow. I can see so clearly now. Are you sure, Mr. Faraday? Are you absolutely certain? Yes, I'm sure. Then this court acknowledges the defendant's latest statements as new testimony.
Have you lost your mind, Verity? We can't accept testimony like this.
With all due respect, Mr. Chairman, information pertaining to the victim and her possessions is
new and highly relevant evidence.
Need I remind you of your addled state of her memory? No, this simply won't do.
addled? But if we claim her memory is unreliable, now, then our own argument is weakened, sir. You said it yourself only a few minutes ago. And that thanks to the suspect's confession, we need not worry ourselves over the finer details. Did you not? Were we to call the validity of her memories into question? Then we must also call into question the confession on which our entire argument is based. Is that really the most advisable course of action?
Yes, you're right. Proceed as you see fit then.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're still in the game, but only by the skin of our teeth, and only thanks to Judge Gravel's intervention. It's almost as if he was on our side for a second.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, the stuffed animal?
I believe the cow in question is this thing here, Your Honor. We found it in the storeroom, and believe it is yet another auction lot.
Wait, that's...
You know something, Gavel?
No, it's just not what I imagined.
I suppose it's a rather odd thing for the victim to have been carrying. I should look it over carefully.
horn?
The right arm seems intact, but I can't say it's doing much for the overall symmetry of the stuffed toy.
Look, Mr. Edgeworth. It moves.
It does?
It sounds like sand being crushed.
It would seem that there's a recording device hidden inside.
Is and I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that bird from me.
Oh wait, I should be doing it in the weird voice because they're wearing voice modulators.
Nothing to say for yourself. I waited so long for this day, and now I'll finally have my revenge. Could this be the moment of the murder?
And someone made a recording of it.
Hey, that's them right there. Them's the voices I heard. Sure as eggs it is.
Unfortunately, we have no way of verifying when these voices were recorded. It's possible they have nothing to do with the murder. If only there was some accompanying video footage.
You got bugs in your ears or something, lady? I done told you. Them's the voices I heard. And we already know the victims was holding that thing, right? So it's gotta be from when she got.
Yes, it is a possibility. But a weak one without more than your word to back it up. We need something more, something credible.
We need, yet again, she seems to be stepping in help. Judge DeVille, I think we all know the voices are from the moment of the murder. Consider for a moment the words we heard one of the speakers say. I knew it was from you from the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. I believe we have something that could explain what these words are referring to and how it's related. Which piece of evidence proves that the voices are from when the murder had occurred? The coroner's findings.
The coroner's preliminary findings. How do they prove anything?
Indeed, what on this page shows that the voices must be from the time of the murder. Bird march.
Take that!
Think again on the words we heard. This part in particular sticks out in my mind. You can't hide that burn from me. The victim had a prominent burn mark on the back of her right hand.
And
What of it? According to case testimony, the victim was carrying the stuffed cow toy. And a burn mark, an identifying mark unique to the victim, was mentioned on the recording it captured.
ha! It's just a coincidence. Stuff like that happens all the time. Right?
I'm not so sure that it does, especially not in this case. The court accepts that the recording may be from the time of the murder.
In which case, one of the two voices must belong to the real culprit. And based on the content of the conversation, it seems likely that the one we hear the most.
But that still doesn't tell us anything about the killer's true identity, or even if they're male or female.
Due to the voice changes, correct. Unfortunately, but unavoidable.
One thing, however, has become clear. We are now able to say that the voices Miss Hart heard were those of Miss Ringer and her killer.
Just like I told you they was.
We can say something else now, too.
Then let's hear it. That is, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman.
Do as you wish.
According to Miss Hart, just before the murder occurred, the two people came up to the storeroom from the committee chamber on the elevator, the ringleader and one of the auction attendees. It seems this was the point at which money exchanged hands. The murder happened immediately afterward, and the auction carried on after that, all of which points to one key fact. What else does this latest revelation tell us? The ringleader was the killer. Since the ringleader was the auction's sole auctioneer, then it follows that they cannot be the victim.
Hey, Camille.
Not right now, Eustace. There's a good boy.
And if they weren't the victim, then they could only have been the killer!
A compelling argument, but hardly conclusive.
I am fully aware of that, Your Honor. I was merely warming up for the main event. There were certain traces left on the scene that seemed to suggest that the ringleader was the killer.
Then please hurry up and show us.
What is something that was placed in the scene that points to the ringleader having been the killer?
What was something placed on the scene that points to the ringleader having been the killer? The card? Oh no, no. No, something else. On the scene, so in the storeroom.
Take
This?
that!
No, fuck. No. No.
If the ringleader was the killer, there's something they would have wanted to hide. I need to present a piece of evidence to just that.
Oh! The fucking doll! The recorder.
Take that!
No?
No? Okay, not that.
Oh god damn it. What was it? Something on the scene that would have pointed to the killer. Okay. Placed on the scene that points to the killer. No, wait, no. So, wait, it would have been the card? No, she's a committee member. No. That points to the killer. The victim's letter?
Take that!
No. Which evidence was it? What evidence on the scene? Oh! The ringleader's appearance. Oh my god. No? What? Okay. What is it? Oh my god. What? No? What is it that was placed on the scene that points to the ringleader as having been the killer? What? Do I use the description of this? No. No. So what the fuck is it? Eh? Okay, I'm confused. What am I supposed to present here? The raincoat?
Take that!
No? What is it? Oh my god. Huh? The raincoat was the kill. What? What is it then? Huh? What's the fucking evidence? The box? What is the evidence? Oh my god. That points to the ringleader having been the killer. There's something placed on the scene that points to the ringleader having been the killer. What the fuck is it? What the fuck is it?
Mouse, no. Placed on the scene that points out to be the killer. The fuck? Intimidation. Yeah.
Oh, fuck it. I'm just looking it up because it doesn't make any sense to me.
What the fuck is it? Coroner's findings. Okay, so committee chamber blood? Okay. So it is this one.
Take that!
The killer deliberately left a large pool of blood at the foot of the goddess's statue. Goddess of Justice statue. It was due to the blood that we originally thought the murder had occurred happened in this chamber, but it was simply a ruse designed to cover up the blood that had dripped down from the storeroom in order to conceal the existence of the underground auction. Correct? Correct. If the culprit had nothing to do with the auction, they would have no reason to cover up that blood, which further supports the theory that the ringleader and the killer were one and the same. And as to the identity of the ringleader, do you have anyone you'd like to name? The auction is always held in this committee chamber, with its storeroom located just overhead. So at the very least, we know the murder's ringleader had some connection to the committee.
Yes. And you suspect me, correct?
As the committee's most powerful member, that should hardly a surprise, right?
Objection!
You're a fine prosecutor, that much I'll give you. But I think I may have mentioned already, you're also hopelessly naive. You've got nothing, dear boy, have you? No evidence whatsoever. Unless you've got something to share after all.
Yeah. Do I have any evidence to show that Chairman Winner is also the murderer?
No, not really.
I'm just gonna save at this point, because I don't have a lot of health left.
I don't really. Yeah, I really don't. Really don't have any evidence on him.
It was Chairman Winner himself who brought up the fact that I suspected him, and he seemed confident right from the get-go that he's untouchable, which means he knows I have nothing.
Oh, well, Miles, my boy, time to pay the piper. Ah, I've always wanted to say that. Verity, he's all yours.
Wait. Dang it, I just remembered something. Huh? Did you have amnesia too?
Nah, it's just something done. It's just done came to me. Flash of inspiration, you know how it is. Very well, say your piece.
Objection!
What are you doing, Verity?
Mr. Edgeworth has made it clear that he won't give up until every last lick of hope has been extinguished. So extinguish we must, lest he try to drag us through this excruciating process again in the future.
Yeah, what she said. I don't quite get it, but it sounded pretty cool. Don't worry, Dad, I'll help Gavel bring this to a winning finish. We'll show them how wrong they are.
Fine. Let's hear what the witness has to say.
You heard the chairman, Miss Hart. If you would be so kind.
Well, alright then. Here goes nothing.
The facts, Miss Hart, and nothing but the facts, please.
Don't you worry your pretty little head on that front. I'm a journalist. Truth's my middle name.
Color me officially word.
So the real is the killer, right? Which makes the victim one of them auctioneer goers. The thing is that don't add up. I counted 11 people coming down the hatch, see? Then the murder happened, and the auction started back up again. Now I had me look back downstairs right after that,
No.
and wouldn't you know it, there were 11 little duckies all lined up in a row again.
How?
And you're sure of this, Miss Hart?
Sure as can be, your gavel ship. Saw them with my own 2 peepers. So, 11 for the murder, and 11 again right after it means... Wait, that's a thingy?
A contradiction, Eustace. Do try to keep up. Miss Hart, did nothing really change at all?
I done told you already, they carried right on again like nothing even happened. Except for, it was nothing much, but...
What is it?
That little metalette doodad? Can't have yourself an auction without one. Kinda like the one Missy there's got, but different.
The auctioneer's hammer.
That's the bunny. I done heard that thing banging and clanging right the way through, and then nothing. Just like that.
So the noise of the hammer stopped midway through. Could it have something to do with the murder?
If what Miss Hart is telling us is true, we have something of a problem. Namely, if the victim is neither the auctioneer nor one of the attendees, your entire theory cannot stand, Mr. Edgeworth.
Chalk up one for justice. Eat that, Edgeworth.
See, Mr. Edgeworth? There really was nothing we could do.
No, there must be something we're overlooking. Something we still don't have an explanation for. I just need to think. If I can't, cares.
Alright, kids. Do we finally have all the answers now? If so, I expect you to make good on...
One moment, sir. I worry that it might still be a little early to pass judgment. After all, we have one matter yet to resolve. And until we do, we cannot claim complete and total victory over Mr. Edgeworth. Is that not so, Mr. Edgeworth? Frankly, I expected you to have raised your voice by now.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I hit space on accident. Oopsies! I was too distracted by seeing an Automod message. Oh. What? Why is it still moving? Oh, what? Why is it moving based on... Oh my goodness. Okay, I don't know why the game is advancing the dialogue whenever I accidentally move my scroller on my mouse. So I don't know why it does that. Okay, apparently the Automod has detected a bot. Yeah, no, deny that. Yeah. Thank you, Automod. Because a fucking bot was about to post some shady ass links in the chat. Okay.
Allowed to hold it, perhaps?
Oh, yes, of course. And once again, she has rescued us from the jaws of defeat.
Very well. Let's get this over with, shall we? What is this one matter that still remains?
Why, the contradiction in the coroner's report, sir.
That's...
I'm back with the witnesses, Your Honor.
What's all this about? Why'd you call us back down here? Did somebody suddenly fall ill? I'll have a compress ready in 2 Oh, ow. This better be good. Did something else drop dead? Well, they might be soon. They wish they had.
Dr. Hertz, Miss Needler, thank you for coming on such short notice. Let me assure you, this won't take long.
Quiet trying to butter me up and cut to the chase, will ya?
Of course. We summoned you here to confirm something.
What is Judge Gavelle up to?
Dr. Hertz,
This court asks you to provide the unabridged truth regarding the following. Do you stand by your preliminary findings? Can you vouch for their complete and total accuracy?
Grandma doesn't make mistakes ever.
That's strange. Huh? What do you mean? In the course of this trial, an error was indeed found in a report. And so I ask again for the truth, Dr. Hertz. Did you alter, tamper with, or in any way falsify your findings?
That's awful. How can you say that?
What are you asking me for? Why the heck would I want to do that? To help the true culprit, of course.
As if I know anything about all that. I just know I didn't do anything of the sort.
Then that seems doubly strange. What other explanation could there be for the discrepancy in your report, Mr. Edgeworth? I wonder if you might have any thoughts on the matter. It's not like you to be coy, I must say. Why does she keep taking charge and helping me? I still don't know what she's trying to do, but I'll happily take what I can get. If everything was recorded accurately and handed off to Mr. Winner according to protocol, then the report shouldn't contain any mistakes.
Wait. For a record, I didn't do anything to the report.
I guess we'll see, won't we? Dr. Hertz, perhaps we can begin with your side of the story.
Why do we even need to? This is pointless.
I'll be the judge of what's pointless, thank you very much.
We have patients waiting back at the hospital. But Grandma, we really don't have time for this.
Won't you please help us? I can't stress how important this is.
Grandma, says you'll testify. But could you please make it quick? If we're not back soon, people will suffer.
And yet you have no qualms about taking your time buying a cotton candy the last time we saw you. We'll let you go as soon as we can, I promise. Assuming you tell us the truth, that is.
The so-called mistake in the report.
Oh wait, I forgot to read that part.
No, there's no way there's a mistake in Grandma's report. Not never. I've been dealing with the dead longer than you've been alive, Sonny Jim. Me writing something wrong about it is as like as ouch. And what the heck do you think I'd stand to gain by doctoring a file, Don't make a lick of sense. And that's all she has to say. Nothing funky here.
See? It's as I thought. Just as I thought. There's no chance the good doctor doctored her findings.
And you swear by the holy goddess that this testimony is true?
Of course! Grandma's never told a lie in her—
Objection!
Your opinions are not necessary, Nurse Needler. Your grandmother is the subject of this inquiry, not you.
Not necessary? That's not fair. I'm not the only ally poor Grandma has. Go ahead and shout objection left and right, but you'll be best prepared then, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor.
Oh, I'm more than prepared. I'm ready to expose the truth behind the error in the report.
Hold it!
The victim appears to have put this raincoat on after sustaining the head injury, and yet there was not a single drop of her blood in the chest area of the raincoat. Therefore, she must have been hit in the head before she was stabbed in the chest, making it pre-mortem.
Oh, that's— ouch! I don't need you to teach me how to suck eggs, young man. My dang report already says what you just said, don't it?
Objection!
The report states that the head injury appears to have been sustained post-mortem, which is the exact opposite of what I just said.
Oh. Sure. I diligently declared that the report to Florence here, and she wrote it all down just like I said it. If something happened to it after that, weren't nothing to do with me.
You dictated it. If you could please tell me more. The Florence.
Hold it!
Just so we're on the same page, what were your conclusions regarding the body?
Well, like I said— ow! Sorry, it was, death from a good hard knock to the noggin.
And can you say for certain that when that knock happened, Dr. Hertz?
Pre-mortem, of course. Chest wound happened after the poor girl died. I told Florence and she wrote it right down. So that's what it says in my dang report.
That may be what you told her, but I think we're finally getting to the truth.
Hold it!
You may not have stood to gain anything from it, but what about your granddaughter?
Me? I don't stand to gain anything either. Never mind her. What about your little friend over there, She stand to gain something for sure. Look at you, trying to accuse my sweet innocent Florence of wrongdoing. Yeah, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
I wish you'd tell that to the chairman winner.
Anyhow, nobody doctored that report, yeah? Nobody.
Objection!
Dr. Hertz, I'd like you to take a look at the report for yourself.
Oh, I'll read it to you. Ouch!
Oh, she's sweating.
That ain't what I said. This isn't what I said at all.
What? What do you mean exactly?
I don't know. But I can't say that.
Miss Needler, if you're attempting to bury Dr. Hertz's truth, I will gladly hear a confession myself on the behalf of the Goddess of Justice.
Dr. Hertz seems to be telling Judge Gravel something in private.
What? I see. Very well, allow me to relay to everyone what you have just told me. Ain't no doubt about what I said. I dictated my findings to Florence just like I told you I did. The fuddlehead young thing must have wrote it down wrong or something.
Wow, that was a great impression.
Yes, but was it really necessary? So in summary, there is an error in the report. And it was all because of you, Nurse Needler.
The true facts have now been shown to be that the head injury occurred prior to the chest wound. The question now, Miss Needler, is why did you introduce such an error?
Just a minute, Verity. You make it sound as if the poor girl did it deliberately, whereas it seems to me she just made a little mistake. Pre-mortem, post-mortem, they're practically the same word, don't you think?
Except they mean two completely opposite things. This was deliberate, no doubt about it.
But why would she want to change it? Exactly, thanks, ow! You won't get away with that easy. Explain yourself, young lady. But, Grandma,
You submitted a falsified report and acted that led to Kay being accused of murder. You owe us an explanation.
I can't tell you.
Not don't want to, but can't.
This is really rather unpleasant, don't you think? Ganging up with this poor, considerate girl who's only looking after her grandmother. She has nothing to do with anything. She simply made one tiny mistake. So why not leave it there?
Objection!
You'd like that, wouldn't you? Because the only person her testimony would hurt is you.
What on earth do you mean, my boy? Seeing as you're now a de facto ex-prosecutor, you're going to need to explain yourself better than that.
I'd be happy to. I'll even spell it out for you. Nurse Needler's role in this crime was very important because she's a co-conspirator! Nurse Needler doctor the report in order to cover her for her accomplice.
Ouch! Oh, so she's a co-conspirator. This innocent young thing. Do share your grounds for making such a wild accusation, dear boy.
The murder couldn't have been committed by one person working on their own. Without at least two people, it wouldn't have been possible to.
Doctor the report, move the body.
Maintain it.
Doctor the report, wasn't it?
Doctor the. Oh, wait. No.
Shit.
No, it's move the body. My bad. No, it's move the body. I was right the first time. What? No? Okay, fuck you, I'm reloading. Okay, so it's the second option. Okay.
Objection!
Oh, maintain attendees. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, the mass. If the auctioneer was the murderer and the victim was one of the attendees, the fact that the witness testified to there being 11 attendees even after the murder doesn't make sense.
Hey, watch it. You're gonna call my good word into question now, too?
That's not what I meant. In fact, it's quite the opposite. I'm taking you at your word, which means there must be a co-conspirator.
I know it's hard, my boy, but sometimes you just have to accept that you were wrong.
Objection!
I wasn't wrong. I just hadn't considered the possibility of the killer having an accomplice. But as soon as we do, things start to fall into place. If the killer's accomplice returned to the auction room in place of the victim, there would indeed have been 11 attendees both before and after the murder.
Well, so that's your thinking, is it? It's certainly an intriguing theory. But surely the imposter would have been spotted right away.
I don't imagine that Nurse Needler looks strikingly different from the victim in build and stature. With the help of a mask, she could very easily have replaced Miss Rigner without anybody noticing. Well, Nurse Needler, is that what happened? Did you take the victim's place at the auction?
I wouldn't do something like that.
Now tell us, the ringleader, who were they?
I can't tell you. I just can't. It hurt Grandma too. Ow! But Grandma! Don't you worry about me, I can take it. You just tell them everything, child. But... Grandma!
So I was right. She was an accomplice.
Miss Needler, why?
Well, Miss Needler, can you explain yourself?
Yes. Huh? Oh, thank you, Grandma, but I'm alright now. I confess it, I changed places with Miss Ringer.
So you admit that you were working with the ringleader?
Yeah, I was helping them. I don't know how, but they found out Miss Ringer was going to attack them.
The culprit was going to be attacked by the victim.
They seemed pretty sure it was going to happen that night, so they made a counter plan. They wanted to strike first, and they wanted me to help them. I was told to go to the storeroom before the auction began and wait there. Wait, now hold on right there, Missy. I didn't see nothing. My eyes don't lie. If you'd have been there from before the auction, I would have bumped right into you. I was there the whole way through, and you weren't there for a bit of it. But I'm not lying.
Well, that's easy for you to say, but you were lying about altering that report only a few minutes ago.
Objection!
I think we're all well aware of the numbers of potential hiding places in that storeroom.
Are we? Where exactly are you trying to say our friend, the nurse, was hiding?
Nurse Needler hid here while she was waiting in the storeroom. In the box.
Take that!
She hid inside this closed box.
Oh, she did she?
Huh? Well, it was there the whole time, even before I moseyed in. But like I done told y'all, it had them chains around it. Wanted to hide there myself, really, but it was really locked up tight, so I had to go elsewhere.
I imagine that's because Nurse Needler was already lying in there by the time you arrived.
That's right. We didn't want anybody to open it, or it would have really blown our cover. So the ringleader told me to climb in and wait until it was my time for my part of the plan. And then they wrapped me in the whole box up in chains. And then they took the elevator downstairs not so long after. So it's just before the auction due to start.
So as the auction was beginning, you and Miss Hart would have been the only people in the storeroom.
Yeah, I think so. The auction proceeded as it
always did. Until a certain customer came upstairs to complete a purchase. That was when the incident occurred. Miss Hart overheard the victim and the culprit exchanging words around then.
You betcha. I was behind that statue there, shaking like a dang leaf the whole time. In the middle of their quarrel, Miss Ringer was killed by the auctioneer.
Wait, that's Edgeworth. That's Edgeworth. In the middle of their quarrel, Miss Ringer was killed by the auctioneer. I imagine that the auctioneer then carried Miss Ringer's body up to the clothes box, from which Nurse Needler emerged and swapped places with the victim. After placing Miss Ringer's box inside the body inside the box, Nurse Needler's role was now to pretend to be Miss Ringer. And the two of them then returned to the room below as if nothing had happened. Does that about sum up what happened in the storeroom, Miss Nurse Needler?
Yes, in fact, that's exactly what happened.
Hold up, you just waltzed in right back on in and nobody noticed. This is two completely different people we're talking about. You're telling me not one of them other folks down there at the auction cotton on?
Why would they? The other auction goers had no reason to notice the difference when Nurse Needler entered because she was using the name, she had stolen the victim's clothes, she was imitating the victim. She had stolen the victim's clothes, I'm guessing. Or imitating them. Let me save. As we see, Miss Ringer and Nurse Needler are about the same build. What's more, the auction rules required attendees to wear masks at all times. If Nurse Needler was wearing the same clothes as Miss Ringer, nobody would have been any wiser.
No, and they weren't. I borrowed Miss Ringer's clothes and out! And left the poor child in her smalls? Have you no respect, girl? No, Grandma, I thought the same thing. It wouldn't be nice to leave her like that. So when the ringleader wasn't looking, I put that raincoat on her.
So that's how Miss Ringer came to be wearing it. Thus the auction was able to carry on as before.
I guess the part where I caught the raincoat on film came just after. Yeah, it must be, then it all makes sense. Right after that was when I went on and looked over downstairs to the gap in the elevator. Spied me 11 happy auction goers, then back I snuck into my little hidey hole.
Don't tell me you were hiding back there the entire time after that.
Well, that is, not exactly.
What is it? Did something happen?
Some of you ought to mention this before, but I fell asleep for a few winks after that. Well, passed out. Unconscious, you might say.
What? What happened?
Oh, nothing much. Kinda silly, really, but, there was a sudden loud noise, and it startled me just a little bit, you know? Alright, maybe more than a little. But I just witnessed a murder. Can't blame a girl for getting jumpy. Just like how my heart shook and my head faint. Before I knew that, I was out like a light. By the time I came to, it was the next dang day, and there we were all clanking down the ladder.
I see. So you were startled by a loud noise and fell unconscious. I suppose that means you don't know what happened after that.
Not per se, but after the auction was over, all the masks were back on the rack. So I reckon the guests done finished up and filed out one by one as they were supposed to.
Miss Needler, once the auction had restarted, what exactly were you doing?
I was pretending to be Miss Ringer and placing bids, just as the ringleader wanted. I had to win the clothes box, as I've been instructed. And it had a dead body inside after all. I imagine if somebody else had won it, we would have been in real trouble then.
So you have no idea that the victim had vacated the box in the meantime?
No, not until we came back so I could pay for it. That was when we noticed. The ringleader told me to go look for it right away. Except I found some other girl collapsed in front of the ladder instead.
Kay.
Yes, she must have fallen from up on the roof and been knocked unconscious. Guess the victim must have let that hatch up wide open, huh?
That would explain it. Kay would have been so shocked by seeing Miss Ringer fall motionless in front of her that she wouldn't have seen the open hatch fallen right through it. That explains the noise that caused you to faint as well, Miss Hart. It was the sound of Kay crash landing into the storeroom floor.
Yeah, I suppose. Can't believe something like that done knocked me out for so long, though.
So in summary, by the time Miss Needler found Kay, you were already sound asleep behind the statue. I think we got a good grasp on what occurred up to this point now, Nurse Needler. If you would continue.
Sure. So I found Kay, and next to it, I found Miss Ringer. And, oops, I clicked out of an accident. And I put them both in the clothes box. We couldn't risk any of the auction goers seeing them, so that would have caused a real hullabaloo.
Was that your idea, or was the Ringer leader's?
Theirs. By putting the raincoat on Miss Ringer was my own idea, so I had to try to get rid of it before they found out what I'd done.
I imagine they were none too pleased when it showed up as a surprise piece of evidence in this case.
And lastly, the ringleader and I put her in the auctioneer's outfit we prepared.
Of course. Which completed the deception that made everyone think she was the auctioneer.
All in all, the auction was finished up without anybody noticing anything, and that was that.
Now that we know the extent of your crimes, Nurse Needler, if you have anything further to share, I advise you to do so immediately.
I wish I could tell you more, but I'm sorry, that's all I know. Oh, except for one other thing. It did seem a little strange, I guess. I was borrowing Miss Ringer's clothes. I took everything I could, but I couldn't take her hair, obviously, so ouch! You're dang right you couldn't take your hair. What kind of medical professional are you?
That's where you draw the line? So taking her clothes was okay?
Her hair was totally different. The style, the length, everything, so I kinda panicked. The ringleader thought of everything, including wigs. 2 of them, in fact. There was a straight one and a wavy one. They were both stashed in the clothes box.
2 wigs? But why?
Right? I wondered that too. I thought maybe they were worried that she might have changed up her style. Anyway, I took the straight one. That was the one that matched her hair on that day.
Leaving the wavy wig in the box. But it wasn't there. And that's everything you know. There's nothing else you're forgetting.
No. Huh? No, really, Grandma, that's everything.
And I take it that you really have no idea who the ringleader might be?
Sorry. I didn't know they were in charge of the auction. I didn't see them without their mask on. and they were pretty careful to keep their identity a secret from everyone.
Ugh, if I can get something concrete on them.
Oh, hoo-hoo-hoo. Well, Miles, are we about done? You've proven the nurse was a part of the murder plot, but sadly for you, it doesn't seem to change a whole lot. Because it does nothing to prove that Kay Faraday isn't the ringleader. And justice must prevail.
There's only one person in that courtroom with wavy hair, and not being biased at all, totally.
We can't change the law, even for your sake.
Is this it? Am I not going to be able to save Kay?
Wait, is he wearing that as his beard? That would be pretty funny if it was.
Franziska, what are you doing here?
As I told you before, Mars Edgeworth, with the case leads I follow. Your dedication is an inspiration to us all. But don't go getting the wrong idea, little brother. Only it delivers the truth regarding the suspect. I'm certainly not here to forgive you for abandoning the way of the prosecutor.
I understand that.
You should thank your former subordinate for what I'm about to share. In his desperation to help Kay Faraday, he gave me a valuable piece of information.
Detective Gumshoe did that?
Prepare yourselves, Mars Edgeworth, for the final piece of the puzzle. Rose Ringer's head wound was the first of the injuries she suffered, not the second. Well, someone say something.
Yes, there's no easy way to say this, Franziska, but, we already proved that otherwise.
You... what?
Yes, just a rumors ago. Ow!
Well, why did you say so sooner?
You didn't exactly give us the chance!
And I suppose you know about the murder weapon too?
No, not yet.
Ha! Good. Then listen up. The victim was struck on the head with a blunt object bearing a circular surface, and the wounds on the chest was actually inflicted post-mortem.
A circular surface?
Objection!
And you're certain of that, I assume? Your sources are above board.
Two trusted medical professionals reached the same conclusion independently. You couldn't ask for more.
Objection!
That's certainly good to know. Unfortunately, you're overstepping the bounds of...
Of what? I am a prosecutor in charge of Interpol's investigation into the underground auction, and this murder occurred during that auction. It would be negligent of me not to pursue the leads pertaining to related parties, especially the victim.
My, you've really become quite the force to be reckoned with, haven't you, my dear?
Then all parties are in agreement. The victim died from a blow to the head. Sadly, the murder weapon itself has yet to be identified.
Based on the shape, I might have an idea or two.
But guys, I didn't turn up any other weapon during my investigation.
And yet, one need only think about the setting and an auctioneer's tools, and the answer should be obvious. An object with a circular surface used in an auction, we're obviously talking about the auctioneer's hammer. What would an auctioneer have readily at hand? An auctioneer's hammer, of course.
But we never found one of those.
If the auctioneer's hat was indeed the killer, it does seem like a likely candidate for the murder weapon. But without the evidence to support your theory, it remains nothing more than that.
Oh, I have just the evidence you need right here. This piece of evidence strongly suggests that the auctioneer's hammer was the murder weapon.
Hold on, let me double check.
evidence? Fuck. What is the evidence? Just the hammer. Where was the hammer? Where the What, just an autopsy report, I guess? Heavy blow to the head with a circular object.
Take that!
This? No, no, it's not. It's not. Fucking goddamn it. Oh my god, what is it? On a hard statement? Oh, this
Take
thing,
that!
right? Yeah, okay. Oh my god. Man, I think it's because... Oh my god, it's because I'm going through this so long that I haven't had the chance to eat something. Oh, Jesus Christ. Because I wasn't expecting this part of the case to go for so long, because I was expecting to go on break, and then go eat, and then come back, so it's kind of affecting how I'm thinking right now. Oh my god. Miss Hart told us something very important about the auction after the murder occurred. She said that the very prominent sound of the auctioneer's hammer could no longer be heard. Now, why would that be? I'll tell you why. Because it had just been used in the murder and was covered in the victim's blood. It would need to be disposed of, isn't that right, Chairman Winner? I'll have people look into this right away. Oh, you really are like a dog with a bone, aren't you, dear boy? But you can't dedicate yourself to a cause when you're young. When can you,
Seems very confident we'll never find it.
Very well. A search for the murder weapon will be conducted. In the meantime, the court is in recess.
Oh my god, okay. This time, okay, yep.
Yeah, oh my god. Okay. Oh my goodness. Because I intended to eat sooner than intended. But apparently this part of the case just straddled on for so long. Oh my god. Okay. Do I have time to continue this? Yeah, actually, no. I think I'm gonna go end it here. I'll save the latter bit for the next stream, which will be tomorrow, because... Yeah. Because it's getting kind of late for me, so farewell for now.